Chapter 238. If that's the case, then be careful. Jiang Lu didn't ask any more questions. After Yi Xian nodded his head, he turned around and left, heading towards another direction. After he left, Jiang Lu stayed where he was for a while. He was worried that Shi Heng would suddenly turn around and chase after Yi Xian. 10 minutes later, he finally left. But he didn't chase after Shi Heng. Instead, he headed towards another direction. However, after he left, Yi Xian suddenly reappeared. He looked towards the direction where Shi Heng left, and revealed a strange smile. "You're just a late mortal core warrior, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Perhaps you're the same as those two. Today, I'll send you to hell," he coldly said in his mind. Then he started chasing after Shi Heng. With the high-ranked supersonic bat bloodline, there was no need for him to worry about not being able to catch up to his opponent. Although it had only been 10 minutes, Yi Xian had already broken through once in these 10 minutes. That's right, he had devoured the 5 corpses of the puppets, as well as the items in the 2 men's storage rings. He had now broken through to the initial mortal core realm. Right now, Shi Heng had no idea that a god of death was chasing after him from behind. What he wanted to do the most right now wasn't to kill Yi Xian, but to find the disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. Since things had come to this, there was no need for him to worry anymore. That's why he wanted to hunt down the disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. In other words, he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. Previously, he had heard from Jiang Lu that there were only 3 late mortal core warriors from the Heavenly Mansion. The rest of them were mostly early mortal core warriors, and only a few of them were initial mortal core warriors. With his strength, killing any one of them he saw wasn't a problem. However, while he was still searching around and listening to the surroundings, a figure had already caught up to him. It was Yi Xian. Found him. Yi Xian, who was behind Shi Heng, revealed a murderous intent. A late mortal core warrior must have a lot of treasures, and there might even be the corpses of the puppets in his storage ring. The vision in the cave wasn't that dim. From time to time, there would be things glowing in the surroundings. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't use the Shadow Leopard's bloodline to quietly approach. However, with his current strength, there was no need for a sneak attack. He could just fight head-on. "Shi Heng!" Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks and shouted. When Shi Heng heard his name, he also abruptly turned around. When he discovered Yi Xian, who was several hundred meters away, his eyes immediately widened. There was a path to heaven, yet you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, yet you barged in. You have guts. You actually dared to take the initiative to look for me. Did you think that I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your clothes and wore a mask? Shi Heng sneered, but he did not let his guard down. Maybe Jiang Lu was hiding behind them. He had only fought side by side with Jiang Lu, so they could only be considered acquaintances. Therefore, it was possible that Jiang Lu had coveted his belongings and conspired with Yi Xian to kill him. "Don't worry, I'm not with Jiang Lu." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He did not take off his mask. He just did not want others to coincidentally see him kill Shi Heng. Hee. Shi Heng laughed again. He was a little confused about the situation. However, when he saw Yi Xian walking towards him, his eyes flashed. As long as he was close enough, he could instantly kill Yi Xian. Even if Jiang Lu followed him, it would be useless. After all, this passage was more than 1,000 meters long. It was long enough. Yi Xian slowly approached. At this time, he was only about 200 meters away from Shi Heng. If the latter suddenly exploded, it would take less than 2 seconds to close the distance to 0. Looking at Yi Xian, who was full of murderous intent, Shi Heng was slightly stunned. His expression became dignified as he said, "Don't tell me you still want to kill me? If I don't kill you, do you think I'm here to die?" Yi Xian smiled indifferently. In the next moment, he exploded with speed and directly closed the distance to within 100 meters. So fast, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Shi Heng instantly reacted. Previously, Yi Xian had killed his 2 junior brothers. His strength was definitely not ordinary, so when he saw Yi Xian, he was always vigilant. Don't underestimate me. 7. He was also a cautious person. After sensing that Yi Xian was not ordinary, he directly used a mid-grade earth-level martial art, preparing to instantly kill Yi Xian. 7 slashes instantly cut through the air, whistling through the wind as they swept in front of Yi Xian. The 7 slashes were from very tricky angles. If Yi Xian wanted to use his movement technique to dodge, it would indeed be difficult. If it was before, Yi Xian and Shi Heng were 2 realms apart. If they fought head-on, he did not know if he could win. After all, the Sky Yuan sect was a force stronger than the Soaring Heaven Mansion. But now, Yi Xian had no intention of dodging at all. Sky-breaking slash. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword in his hand and casually slashed out. A huge arrow light instantly destroyed the 7 slashes, and at the same time, it swept towards Shi Heng. Seeing this, Shi Heng's eyes widened. With the strength of his Jindan essence, he used an earth-level weapon, and a mid-grade earth-level martial art. How was this possible? Is this your ability to kill me? Yi Xian sneered, his right hand flashing quickly. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Falling Stars. Dozens of stars condensed from Jindan essence shot out like arrows from a bow. Don't underestimate me. Shi Heng shouted. He actually shot down all the stars. This strength made Yi Xian look at him in a new light. However, from the beginning until now, Shi Heng had been at a disadvantage and was passively taking a beating. Yi Xian did not want to drag this out. Things could change if he delayed, so it was better to end this quickly. Crack. The 8 desolate sword in his hands suddenly broke, splitting into 8 floating blades. At this time, he had already rushed in front of Shi Heng. 8 desolate, wind-killing formation. Yi Xian activated the Jindan essence in his body, and the 8 blades began to spin at high speed. They were so fast that even he could not see them clearly. So fast, how can he be so fast? Shi Heng was shocked. He hurriedly used a defensive martial art, a middle-grade earth-level martial art. At the same time, he quickly retreated. His speed was at most faster than Yi Xian's running speed with his Jindan essence. If Yi Xian used a movement martial art, he would not be able to escape. The Sky Yuan sect is indeed the Sky Yuan sect. Although I want to learn all kinds of mid-grade martial arts, I can't use them in front of outsiders. So, please die. Yi Xian quickly approached and threw out a palm strike. Mid-grade earth-level martial art, Red Flame Palm. A giant flaming palm directly broke through Shi Heng's defense and sent him flying at the same time. However, as he was sent flying, Yi Xian controlled the 8 desolate swords and attacked. 8 desolate wind-killing formation, Sky Break. The 8 desolates arranged themselves into a drill bit and directly penetrated Shi Heng's chest, creating a palm-sized bloody hole in his chest. End of chapter. Chapter 239. Shi Heng's heart had been crushed into pieces. He had died in an instant. A late mortal core warrior had fallen. The Crimson Flame Palm was obtained by Yi Xian after he merged with the high-rank Fist Emperor bloodline. As for this 8 desolate wind formation, it didn't just rotate at high speed according to its trajectory. One of its moves was the Heavenly Charge, and the other was the 8 desolate shield, a defensive formation. But, these 2 moves consumed a lot of energy. Yi Xian had just restored his core energy to its peak, but now, there wasn't much core energy left in his body. Plop. Shi Heng's body fell onto the floor. His face was filled with shock. Yi Xian had taken advantage of his shock to kill him. The 4th ranked on the Heavenly Yuan ranking is just a so-so. Yi Xian coldly harumphed in his mind. But, he also knew that the reason he was able to kill Shi Heng so quickly was because of the 8 desolate sword. If he didn't have the 8 desolate sword, he would have to fight a tough battle, and then use his advantage in physique to kill Shi Heng. He walked over and put away Shi Heng's storage ring. Then, he put away the corpse. After that, he took out a core energy recovery pill and used it to help his myriad flower bloodline recover his core energy. Soon, he would be able to return to his peak. Let me see how much wealth you have as the 4th ranked on the heavenly yuan ranking. Yi Xian checked Shi Hang's storage ring with his divine sense. 3 giant puppets' corpses, a few dozen smaller puppets' corpses, 5 earth weapons. Heh, there's even a mid-rank earth weapon, why didn't he use it? Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 3 corpses were worth around 30 billion devouring points, the 5 earth weapons were worth around 10 billion, and the mid-rank earth weapon was worth at least 30 billion. Including those materials, there was at least a few hundred billion devouring points. Just now, after Yi Xian devoured all those materials, his devouring points had broken through to the 200 billion mark. At the same time, he had broken through to the initial mortal core realm. But, the items in Shi Hang's storage ring were more than enough. So, he decided to devour all the useless items. He only kept the weapons, materials, and some pills, as he might be able to use them in the future. 300 billion devouring points, don't you think this 0 is a bit too much? If I break through to the late mortal core realm, I'm sure I'll get more than 1 trillion. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Suddenly, he glanced at the bloodline column and turned pale with fright. All those uncountable zeros are gone. Instead, it was replaced by something called the devouring crystal. So that's how it is. 1 trillion devour points is 1 devour crystal. That's simple. I won't have to deal with so many zeros in the future. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Now that he had 300 billion devour points, he could buy almost everything at the current level. Right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the passage. Yi Xian was startled. He realized that this was not the sound of a giant puppet fighting. Instead, it sounded like a giant gear turning. At that moment, a thought appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Could there be some kind of mechanism in this cave? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw one of the murals around him suddenly shatter and open up a new passage. Go down. Yi Xian frowned. He estimated the height. The height of the palace was about the same as the height of the cliff, so he guessed that there was no second floor. But he did not expect that the second floor was below the cave. This Huiyang is not only a master refiner, but also a master mechanism. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Then, he went in. The first floor must have some small things. The real good stuff must be on the second floor. The passage leading to the second floor was very dark. Yi Xian exchanged for some small firefly puppets to light up the path ahead. This way, he would not have to worry about a sneak attack. The passage leading to the second floor was very long and winding. Yi Xian walked for more than 10 minutes before he saw light. I'm finally out. Yi Xian went through the door and came to a very spacious place. The floor was made of gold and jade. The surrounding walls were inlaid with countless gemstones, illuminating the surroundings. He walked in and saw people coming out from other entrances. There were people from the Sky Yuan sect and Soaring Heaven Mansion. Yi Xian. Suddenly, Yi Xian heard a shout. He turned his head and saw Jiang Yu running towards him. Senior brother. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. At the same time, he glanced over and saw many disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion running towards them. What's going on? Why are we all gathered together? Jiang Yu ran closer and asked in shock. I'm not very sure. Yi Xian shook his head. At this time, people came out from other entrances, including Jiang Yu's brother, Jiang Lu, Shaoan and Xian Fei. Soon, the disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion gathered together. On the other side, the Sky Yuan sect also did the same. However, they obviously had more people than Soaring Heaven Mansion. At this time, there were already 30 people gathered. 15 people. I remember that 4 of our 4 mansions came. Who else is there? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. It's Wu Shan. Junior brother Wu Shan is not here. A disciple from the Profound Department answered. At the mention of this name, Jiang Lu also glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Junior brother Wu Shan is dead. All of us are here." "What? Dead? Big brother, what's going on?" Jiang Yu asked in shock. He wasn't surprised because of Wu Shan's death, but because Jiang Lu knew about it. "Let's talk about this later." Jiang Lu helplessly shook his head. Rumble. Rumble. Right after Jiang Lu finished speaking, a series of rumbling noises resounded. Everyone turned around and found that the entrance they came from was closed. Jiang Yu was startled and hurriedly unleashed a slash. However, this slash had no effect on these doors. His dantian instantly disintegrated upon contact. What a tough door. Jiang Yu was aghast. Yi Xian frowned and observed for a moment before speaking. "This door's material is not ordinary and has a defensive formation. Not only that, the stone walls around it are the same." "What?" Hearing this, the 14 people present were shocked. They subconsciously attacked the door, but it was useless. One had to know that even an Earth Core warrior would have to retreat when facing the combined attacks of all of them. "Looks like we're in trouble," everyone thought in their hearts. Yi Xian also felt that this door was not ordinary, but he didn't know if Tian Chong could break this door open. But first, he had to take a look at where this place was. He looked around. Other than the Sky Yuan sect disciples not far away, there was only one thing left. In front of the stone wall in the north, there was a huge stone statue. When everyone's eyes fell on this stone statue, they couldn't help but exclaim. End of chapter. Chapter 240. Isn't this the stone statue at the entrance of the cave? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Yi Xian looked at it carefully. This stone statue was very similar to the one at the entrance, but there was something else in front of this stone statue. It was a bronze-colored greatsword in its right hand. The stone statue was over 30 meters tall, and its weapon was over 20 meters tall as well. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was definitely something good. However, right at this moment, the tightly shut eyes of Huiyang's stone statue suddenly opened. Fuck. Yi Xian was shocked, and not only that, all the other men were so shocked that they started cursing out loud. Everyone. Another loud noise sounded out, and everyone was startled. The stone statue was talking, and it was even raising the great sword in its hand. "Be careful everyone, this stone statue can move." Someone immediately reminded everyone. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "Did I need you to remind me?" "Everyone, I am Huiyang, the owner of this cave. Don't be surprised, when you hear this, I will be dead. This is just a voice recording stone that I recorded beforehand." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. They all had a bad premonition in their hearts. "Now, I have a test here, and as long as you can pass it, you will be rewarded with a great opportunity. Now, I'm sure the entrance you came from is closed. I have set up defensive formations around the entrance and walls, and even a heavenly core warrior will need some time to break through them. I, Huiyang, am a weapon craftsman, and at the same time, a formation master. If you haven't broken through to the heavenly core realm, I suggest you give up on breaking through the entrance. Let's cut to the chase. There is a stone statue of mine here, and what you need to do is destroy this stone statue. Once you destroy this stone statue, you will be able to obtain the celestial green stone inside it." That's right, it is the celestial green stone, a necessary material for crafting heavenly items. I found this celestial green stone by chance, but my abilities are limited, so I can't craft heavenly items. As long as someone destroys this stone statue, they will be able to obtain this celestial green stone. At the same time, a tunnel will open up behind me, and the cave will collapse. Even a heavenly core warrior will be crushed by this giant rock and die. In 1 minute, the stone statue will activate, and it will chase after the person closest to it. This stone statue of mine is also a gate. Unless you are a heavenly core warrior, it will be impossible to destroy it. At the same time, you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. But, when I was crafting this stone statue, there were 6 flaws. As long as you find them in order, you will be able to destroy them. Remember, follow the order. Every 10 minutes this stone statue moves, it will stop for 10 minutes. If you want to destroy this stone statue, you have to do it while it is still moving. When it is still, there are no flaws. When these voices fell into everyone's ears, it made them boil with excitement. Celestial green stone, it was actually a celestial green stone. This was an essential material for crafting heavenly items. This celestial green stone was equivalent to the entire cave's wealth. If they dropped it, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future, and breaking through to the heavenly core realm was just around the corner. Heavenly core realm. This was a realm that many people yearned for. After all, none of the overlord sects in the 4 major regions had a heavenly core warrior, and they had only heard about it in the central province. What should we do? We only have 1 minute left. The disciples from the soaring heaven mansion were panicking. Not only that, all the disciples from the heavenly Yuan sect were panicking as well. The stone statue was comparable to an earth core warrior, and even a heavenly core warrior would have a hard time breaking it. Unless they could find the flaws, and they had to follow the order of the flaws, it would be extremely difficult. Right at this moment, a disciple from the heavenly Yuan sect walked out and shouted, "Everyone from the soaring heaven mansion, when the stone statue activates, we will attack it together and find its flaws. If not, we will all die here." Bullshit, do we need you to tell us that? A disciple from the soaring heaven mansion said unhappily. What did you say? A disciple from the heavenly Yuan sect immediately walked out as well. Right now, they were facing a powerful enemy, and everyone's hearts were heavy. If they weren't careful, they might die here. That's why they were venting their anger. Stop arguing. A young man from the heavenly Yuan sect walked out and said, "I'm Wang Chuanshan, ranked 3rd on the heavenly Yuan ranking. I broke through to the earth core realm a while ago. When the stone statue activates, I will be able to hold it back. At that time, all of you will look for its flaws together." Hearing this, all the disciples from the soaring heaven mansion were shocked. Earth core warrior, the heavenly Yuan sect had sent out an earth core warrior this time. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. But luckily, they had an earth core warrior, or else who would dare to attract the stone statue's attention? Alright, we'll have to trouble you then. Jiang Lu immediately shouted out as well. Half of the time had passed, and they used the remaining time to get into position. As for Wang Chuanshan, he ran in front of the stone statue. Just now, Huiyang had said that the stone statue would kill the person closest to it. Therefore, when the stone statue activated, Wang Chuanshan's aggro would be the highest. There was only 1 minute left, and the dozens of people present did not have the time to discuss their strategy, so this was the only thing they could do. 5 more seconds. A disciple who was good at mental calculation shouted out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rumble. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the stone statue also let out a rumbling sound. Then, it started to take a big step forward. This step was at least 10 meters long. The stone statue has activated, everyone attack. Wang Chuanshan shouted and immediately started to attack. Flaw, since there was a flaw, they still had a chance to survive. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken out an earth tool bow. He was also trapped here, so he had to act. Someone must have touched the mechanism. When the sect leader was investigating this cave, he definitely didn't notice it. This is going to be a scam. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. He drew his bow and shot, but his first arrow actually missed. It was not because he did not aim properly, but because Huiyang's stone statue was too fast. What? Wang Chuanshan was also shocked. He quickly turned around and ran. Earth core realm, it really was an earth core realm. Luckily, he had a mid-earth realm movement skill, so he was able to open up a distance in an instant. He also did not forget the rule that Huiyang had mentioned before, which was to kill the person closest to him. Therefore, he did not dare to run too fast, and could only maintain his speed. Swoosh! Boom! In an instant, hundreds of attacks landed on the stone statue, but these attacks had no effect on the stone statue. End of chapter. Chapter 241. Don't attack the same spot. Spread out your attacks and find the flaw. Someone reminded. Every second, hundreds of attacks would land on the stone statue puppet. However, the stone statue did not move at all. It directly passed between the soaring heaven mansion and the Sky Yuan sex group and chased after Wang Chuanshan. Bang! The giant sword in the stone statue's right hand slashed down. A loud sound reverberated in the enclosed space, irritating everyone's eardrums. When Wang Chuanshan saw the power of the sword, his body trembled. He began to regret volunteering in the beginning. However, he could easily deal with such a crisis as long as he had enough Jindan origin energy in his body. In the first minute, everyone stood in place and attacked while Wang Chuanshan ran back and forth. It was the same in the second minute. However, in the third minute, Wang Chuanshan was out of breath. He was out of breath and had less than half of the Jindan origin energy left in his body. What was worse was that no one present had found the flaw. In other words, they had wasted a lot of energy and Jindan origin energy in the past 3 minutes. In the fourth minute, Wang Chuanshan made a decision in his heart. He would not be the bait anymore. He only had 1/3 of the Jindan origin energy left in his body. If he continued, he would be the first to die. Therefore, he could only blame others. Don't blame me for being heartless, Wang Chuanshan said in his heart. Suddenly, he rushed toward the soaring heaven mansion's group. Not good. Seeing this, the faces of the 15 people from the soaring heaven mansion changed. They immediately scattered, including Yi Xian. Wang Chuanshan gritted his teeth and rushed toward a Huang mansion's disciple. Then, his body flashed and he passed by him. Junior brother Chang. Someone shouted. However, in the next moment, the person's expression froze. He saw that the Huang mansion's disciple was cut in half by the giant sword. He died a horrible death. The first victim was finally born. If there was one, there would be two. After the stone statue killed this person, it chased after the nearest disciple. This disciple was also from the soaring heaven mansion. No, don't chase after me. Go after someone else, the disciple shouted a few times, but he could not avoid the giant sword. The attack was also cut in half. Now that Wang Chuanshan was out of danger, he shouted, "You bunch of trash, you still can't find an opening after attacking for so long." This meant that he was going to do it himself. The stone statue was chasing after the person closest to it. Coincidentally, the stone statue's target this time was Jiang Yu, who had just broken through to the initial mortal core realm. Not good. Jiang Yu, who was frantically running away, turned his head and saw that the stone statue was looking at him. He immediately ran forward with all his might, trying to put some distance between him and the stone statue. However, the stone statue had already locked onto him and chased after him. Jiang Yu was only at the initial mortal core realm, so of course he couldn't escape from this stone statue that was as strong as an earth core warrior. It quickly caught up with him. Second brother. Seeing this, Jiang Lu hurriedly shouted and used his special skill on the stone statue. However, his attack still had no effect. Not even a splash could be seen. Huff huff. The stone statue raised its right arm and slashed down with its sword. The speed of this attack was faster than Jiang Yu could react. I'm finished. A thought flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. With his ability, there was no way he could dodge this attack. The sword was getting closer and closer. But, just as Jiang Yu was about to be cut in half, a white light suddenly appeared. After that, the stone statue's sword suddenly stopped in midair. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and everyone was startled. They focused their gazes, and they were shocked to see another giant sword. However, this giant sword was not quite the same as the stone statue. This was a phantom formed by the condensation of Jindan essence. But, because this giant sword had blocked the stone statue's attack, Jiang Yu didn't die from the attack. Who was it? Everyone looked towards the direction of the giant sword. They saw a young man holding the sword, and he was wearing the uniform of the heavenly abode in the soaring heaven mansion. Yi Xian? Jiang Yu was startled, then he shouted out in surprise. That's right, this young man was Yi Xian. And the move he was using now was the heaven-shaking strike of desolation that he had just learned. Senior brother, run. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and spat out a few words with difficulty. At this moment, he was using all his strength. His muscles were stretched to the limit. His hands were trembling slightly as he held the heaven-shaking strike of desolation. The stone statue's strength had exceeded his expectations. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Jiang Yu also reacted and turned to run. But after running for a while, he realized that if he ran, wouldn't Yi Xian become the stone statue's target? He turned his head in shock, just in time to see Yi Xian's large sword image being slashed to the point of collapse. At the same time, Yi Xian also shot over like an arrow, directly circling behind the stone statue. Flaws. 6 flaws. If he couldn't find these 6 flaws, everyone here would definitely die, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. This stone statue must be supported by a formation, and the flaws of the stone statue were actually the flaws of the formation. Yi Xian also had the bloodline of a master of formation breaking. He had to get close to the statue in order to find these flaws. Although the stone statue was comparable to an earth core warrior, Yi Xian had all sorts of bloodlines, and he had incredible speed and recovery ability. He had witnessed the stone statue's speed just now. He had a feeling that as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to hold on for the first 10 minutes. Bang! The stone statue turned around and slashed at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian dodged it again. The combination of the 10,000 Beasts bloodline and the Thunderclap Panther bloodline allowed Yi Xian's speed to surpass an ordinary late mortal core warrior. If he were to use a movement skill as well, he might be even faster than Wang Chuanshan. Most importantly, this wasn't a test of explosive strength, it was a test of endurance. While the stone statue was still attacking, Yi Xian swallowed another pill that could quickly recover his core energy, then he continued dodging the stone statue's attacks. All the spectators were stunned by what they saw. Who is this guy? Is he an Earth Core warrior from the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Impossible, there is only one Earth Core warrior in the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and that is the chief of the Divine Continent Alliance. But, I heard that the chief went to the Central Province and hasn't returned yet. I'm sure he just broke through. No, this guy didn't rely on a movement skill, it's his strong physique. He was able to block the sword just now, how strong is his physique? All the spectators were so shocked that they forgot to attack. Not only that, all the fellow disciples from the Soaring Heaven Mansion were shocked as well. Yi Xian's strength has increased again. This speed is not something I can catch up with. Jiang Lu murmured to himself. In the next moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly shouted, "Everyone, attack now. Find the flaws, don't let Yi Xian waste his energy." End of chapter. Chapter 242. Everyone, hurry up and attack. Find the flaw, don't let Yi Xian waste his energy. Hearing this, the people present immediately reacted and launched another attack. Right now, only Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan had the ability to attract the stone statue's aggro. If Yi Xian died, all of them would be wiped out. Yi Xian was able to maintain his speed, but his stamina and core energy were still decreasing. He had no idea how many minutes he could last. But, he would try his best. After all, this was related to his life and death. The 7th minute had passed. The 8th minute had passed. When the 8th minute arrived, Yi Xian couldn't make ends meet. He had used the heavenly break to kill Shi Heng, so when he came back, he had only recovered half of his core energy. Most importantly, he had been constantly moving around, and didn't have the time to absorb the pills. That was why his recovery was so slow. The 9th minute arrived. Yi Xian had also endured with great difficulty. But, he still couldn't find the flaw on the stone statue, and neither could anyone else. In another minute, the stone statue would stop moving, and at that time, the flaw would disappear. This meant that all of their efforts in the past 10 minutes would be in vain. However, right at this moment, a feeling suddenly surfaced in Yi Xian's heart. He immediately focused his gaze on her. "I found it." With his eyes wide open, he shouted out, "I found the flaw. It's 2 meters below the left joint of the stone statue." This shout entered the ears of the crowd, causing them to be startled. Flaw? The rest of the people didn't care about anything else, they just chose to believe him. They started attacking the spot Yi Xian pointed out. That spot had been attacked before, and it was slightly sunken compared to the rest of the stone statue. Because of this, Yi Xian was able to sense it. That spot was indeed the first flaw, but because it was covered by a layer of stone armor, no one else had discovered it. In an instant, dozens of divine core warriors circled behind the stone statue, then they started attacking its left hand. Crack. Crack. A series of cracking sounds were heard, causing everyone's emotions to skyrocket. "It's broken, it's broken. That's the flaw, everyone, attack. We finally found the flaw. Quick, time's up, attack. Damn it. Break it." Everyone became excited, and they started attacking crazily. But, this stone armor was extremely hard. Dozens of divine core warriors had been attacking it for a long time, but they still couldn't break it. Left with no other choice, Yi Xian had to attack. Swoosh. Yi Xian suddenly flashed to the bottom of the stone statue, then took out his earth-ranked bow and shot an arrow. Mid-rank Earth-rank's Fire Dragon Arrow. The moment Yi Xian released his right hand, a long flame snake condensed from Dan essence shot out and accurately collided with the stone armor. Crack. The stone was already on the verge of shattering, and Yi Xe, Shuez, and the stone. Countless rocks fell, and everyone saw the array patterns under the stone armor. Once again, the attack was launched. Crack. The stone statue suddenly stopped moving. After that, a layer of energy appeared on the surface of the formation. It was the same as the layer of energy that covered the entire area. When the dozens of attacks landed on this layer of energy, they all disappeared. Not good, time's up. Yi Xian immediately reacted. 10 minutes had passed. The stone statue maintained its chopping motion, and stood there like a stone statue. All the other men had stopped attacking as well. This layer of energy was definitely a defensive formation, and it wasn't something they could break. Although it was a pity, at least they had found a flaw, and weren't at a loss of what to do. "Everyone, hurry up and recover. The stone statue is going to attack again in 10 minutes. Jiang Lu shouted out loudly. Without hesitation, everyone sat down with their legs crossed and started recovering their core energy. During the first 10 minutes, although Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan were the bait, the rest of the men were constantly attacking, and they didn't have much core energy left in their bodies. If they didn't recover as soon as possible, they wouldn't be able to last for the second 10 minutes. Yi Xian hurriedly sat down as well. This time, he couldn't hold back anymore. He quickly took out some pills from his devouring space and threw them to the others. "Everyone, use these pills to recover," Yi Xian shouted. These pills were much more valuable than the ones outside, and their effects were also very good. The disciples of the Soaring Sky Mansion swallowed them without hesitation. After that, he felt the Dan essence in his body recovering rapidly. Immediately, he revealed a look of surprise. Yi Xian wasn't stingy either. He also threw a lot of pills to the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Although he had a conflict with the Heavenly Yuan sect before, it had been resolved. Moreover, they were now on the same side. Yi Xian still had to rely on the others to find a flaw. Amazing. What kind of pill is this? My recovery speed is 3 times faster than before. Heavens, this kid has such a divine pill, and he's even willing to share it with us. He's such a good person. Tisk tsk, senior brother Wang only lasted 3 minutes. He alone lasted 7 minutes. TSK. Although this disciple didn't finish his sentence, the people around him nodded silently. In their hearts, Yi Xian was much more useful than Wang Chuanshan. An Earth Core realm cultivator who could only last 3 minutes. How embarrassing. Wang Chuanshan, who was recovering at the side, glared at the people around him. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian. However, he didn't say anything. It was more important to recover his core energy and stamina. He would deal with this after the crisis was over. The 10 minutes of rest was about to pass. At the 9th minute, the remaining people gathered at the back left of the stone statue. When the time was up, they would begin to attack the flaw. Yi Xian had also arrived in front of the stone statue. After recovering for a while, his expression had returned to normal. The pill he took just now was different from the others. One pill was worth 10 billion devouring points. This pill instantly recovered 30% of Yi Xian's core energy, and it could still be recovered slowly. At this time, Yi Xian's core energy was more than half gone. It wouldn't be a problem for him to last another 10 minutes. Counting down to 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. One of the disciples shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone statue began to move. The sword that hadn't struck down just now directly struck the ground. At the same time, the defensive formation disappeared. The people below began to attack, and all of them attacked the flaw on the left hand of the stone statue. After the stone armor was destroyed, it became extremely fragile. In less than 2 rounds, it exploded with a loud boom. Then, half of the stone statue's arm fell to the ground. Success, we have successfully destroyed the first flaw. There's a sequence to the flaws. Quick, find the second one. The arm, it must be the right arm. Everyone, attack. End of chapter. Chapter 243. No one knew who started yelling, but it led everyone to attack the right arm of the stone statue. But they couldn't be blamed for this. The giant sword of the stone statue had scared them. If they could destroy the right arm, the threat of this stone statue would be greatly reduced. Yi Xian didn't stop them. He dodged the stone statue's attack, then he dodged to the left arm of the stone statue. What? A ceiling formation? I can't devour it? He was shocked. The material of this stone statue was obviously not ordinary, and it was definitely worth a lot of money. But too bad, there was a ceiling formation, and it was a very advanced one. If it was a normal ceiling formation, he could easily destroy it. But this Hui Yang was an expert in formations, and Yi Xian didn't have the confidence to destroy it. Besides, time didn't allow for it. Therefore, he had to give up. Fuck, I've lost so much. Yi Xian cursed in his mind. He had acted as bait and ran around while risking being cut in half, but he didn't get anything. Instead, he had lost a lot of pills. Therefore, he was very angry. Crack. Right at this moment, a subtle sound entered Yi Xian's ears. A flaw. Another flaw. Yi Xian quickly raised his head and looked. Sure enough, he found a strange spot. But, this flaw wasn't on the arm. He immediately shouted, the second flaw is at the center of the back of the hand. Hearing this, everyone once again boiled with excitement. The center of the back of the hand, this was a pretty good spot. As long as they destroyed this second flaw, perhaps the giant sword would fall from the statue. But, there was another problem. This stone statue was attacking with the giant sword, and its attack speed was very fast. Therefore, it was very difficult for its attack to land on the back of the right hand. This stage took a lot of time. Those who had just broken through to the mortal core realm had almost used up all their core energies. 5 minutes later, with a loud rumbling sound, the stone statue's wrist suddenly broke and fell to the ground. It's finally down. Everyone's face lit up with joy. Without the giant sword, the stone statue's threat was greatly reduced. It could only attack with its feet and arms. Then, someone found the third flaw, which was on the joint of the right arm of the statue. However, due to the lack of Jindan essence in his body, he was unable to overcome this weakness. He could only leave it for next time. It was a 10-minute break. Yi Xian hurriedly recovered his Jindan essence and stamina. The others did the same. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover before the break was over. 10 minutes passed quickly. Yi Xian started to attract the stone statue's aggro again. The others started to attack the third weak point. In less than 3 minutes, the stone statue's arm fell off. Now, its only means of attack were its legs. Once it used its legs to attack, the pressure on Yi Xian was instantly reduced, and he became more at ease. Another 10 minutes passed, and the statue's right leg was broken. It began to wobble as it walked, but it was no longer a threat. Next was his left calf. Now, he had already destroyed 5 of the flaws. Only 1 was left. At this time, there weren't many people who still had energy left. The stone statue's threat was also greatly reduced. Most of the people present should be able to avoid the stone statue's attack. But now, everyone was silent. They no longer looked for flaws, but gathered together. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. It was time to settle the score. Wang Chuanshan, why did you lure the stone statue to my soaring heaven mansion? What was the meaning of this? The leader of the soaring heaven mansion, Jiang Lu, walked out and asked coldly. I volunteered to be the bait, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to sacrifice myself. If I don't lure it to your side, do you expect me to lure it to my Sky Yuan sect? Wang Chuanshan explained. He believed that no matter who it was, they would lure the stone statue to the other side. This was human nature. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly walked out and said, "Then why didn't you tell me in advance and let me take over? Are you kidding me? Your soaring heaven mansion's eldest senior disciple isn't here, and you don't even have an earth core warrior. How would I know you have the ability to lure the stone statue away?" Wang Chuanjun glanced at the stone statue with all 4 broken limbs not far away. Right now, that stone statue was being lured by a Sky Yuan sect disciple who was at the initial mortal core realm. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Now, this stone statue only has 1 flaw left. As long as we destroy this stone statue, we'll be able to get the heavenly blue. This chapter does not end, please turn the page. Let's talk about how we're going to split it. Jiang Lu said loudly. When the heavenly blue was mentioned, Wang Chuanjuan's eyes turned cold. He shouted, "Alright, how do you want to split it?" Jiang Lu glanced at Yi Xian, whose face was pale and on the verge of collapsing. He slowly said, "Let me analyze this. Firstly, besides the 3 minutes you spent at the beginning, Yi Xian was risking his life to attract the stone statue's attention. Secondly, if it wasn't for the pills Yi Xian gave you, all of your core energies would have been used up long ago. I'm afraid all of you wouldn't be as useful as all of us. Thirdly, you, Wang Chuanshan, lured the stone statue here, causing 2 of our disciples to be killed by it. Fourthly, it was Yi Xian who discovered all the flaws in the stone statue. Therefore, I think all of you should at most take 20% of the heavenly blue." When Jiang Lu's voice fell, Wang Chuanshan's face immediately changed. He shouted, "Bullshit. If it weren't for me, even if you were given 20 minutes, you still wouldn't be able to destroy a single weak point. I want 50% of the heavenly blue." 50%. That's an even split. Although the Sky Yuan sect had twice the number of disciples compared to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, according to Jiang Lu, they weren't that useful. After Wang Chuanshan spoke, the disciples behind him looked at each other, then they lowered their heads in shame. They weren't fools. The fact that the Soaring Heaven Mansion was willing to give them 20% was already giving them a lot of face. If they really wanted to calculate, they would only get 10%. However, Wang Chuanshan was asking for 50%. He was simply asking for an exorbitant price. He was too thick-skinned. What a joke. How can your contribution be worth 50%? Jiang Lu almost died of anger. He was already very kind to give them 20%, but Wang Chuanshan still wanted 50%. This was simply wishful thinking. Senior brother, at this time, one of the Sky Yuan sect's disciples suddenly whispered. Shut up, I didn't ask you to speak. Wang Chuanshan didn't wait for him to finish and directly reprimanded him. He had clearly heard the group's whispers just now. The disciple shrunk his neck and hurriedly retreated, not daring to speak anymore. Who was Wang Chuanshan? He was the expert ranked third on the Sky Yuan ranking, and he was also the disciple of the Sky Yuan sect master. They didn't dare to offend him. End of chapter. Chapter 244. How overbearing. Wang Chuanshan, it seems like you think you can defeat us. Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes. So what if I am? You bunch of trash who haven't even reached the Earth core realm dare to compete with me? Wang Chuanshan was already blinded by the celestial blue stone. If he could, he would definitely choose to take it for himself. Although you have a lot of people, how many of you can fight? Jiang Lu couldn't help but ask. Just now, when Yi Xian gave out the pills, he had also been careful and gave a lot of them to the senior brothers of the Soaring Sky Mansion. As for the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples, they were barely enough. Most importantly, Yi Xian's strength didn't seem to be any weaker than Jiang Lu's, so if they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Then you can try. Wang Chuanshan actually also noticed this, but there were still more than 30 people standing behind him. On the other hand, the Soaring Heaven Mansion only had 15 people. Now that 2 of them had died, there were only 3 left. The numbers were completely out of proportion, and Wang Chuanshan himself was an Earth Core realm warrior, so he had no reason to be afraid. If that's the case, then let's rely on our own abilities. Jiang Lu was already prepared to fight to the death, and this was also the intention of the other disciples. Alright, let's rely on our own abilities. Wang Chuanshan's eyes flashed. If they were to rely on their own abilities, who here was stronger than him? In his eyes, Yi Xian was only a faster person. If they really fought, he was nothing to be afraid of. If that's the case, then let's work together to find the 6th flaw. After Jiang Lu said this, he led the other disciples and rushed over. At the same time, Yi Xian secretly gave each of them a pill, the one that was worth 10 billion devour points. A total of 16 people entered the cave. Wu Shan from the Profound Department died, and because of Wang Chuanshan, 2 more died. Now, excluding Yi Xian, there were still 12 people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. In other words, Yi Xian used 120 billion devour points in one go. No one noticed that his hand was trembling when he gave out the pills, which was a sign of pain. Although his action was very subtle, it was still noticed by Wang Chuanshan. The latter furrowed his brows, and his eyes flickered. The stone statue didn't pose much of a threat right now. An initial mortal core warrior could easily play around with it. But, at this stage, both Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect had started to be cautious. They had started to conserve their core energies. Physical strength, because they didn't know if there would be a big battle coming up. The 6th weakness, on the back. And that's why. That's why he directly pointed, And earlier on, everyone had already discovered that there was a large door at the bottom of the stone wall that the stone statue was facing. It was most likely the exit. Right now, most of the people were facing the back of the stone statue. Their backs were facing the door. The people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion had secretly discussed. Once the heavenly blue rock appeared, Yi Xian would be the one to snatch it. As for the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect, it would be the Earth Core warrior, Wang Chuanshan. Crack. A cracking sound could be heard from the back of the stone statue. A piece of the stone armor was cracked. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. The heavenly blue rock was about to appear. The heavenly blue rock that even heavenly core warriors would go crazy for. Right now, Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan were ready to snatch it. Yi Xian's nerves were tense to the extreme. This thing was too important to him. As long as he could get his hands on the heavenly blue rock, he would be able to devour it. At that time, he would at least break through to the Earth core realm. He might even break through to the early Earth core realm, late Earth core realm, or even the heavenly core realm. This was a huge opportunity, he couldn't miss it. Crack. The back of the stone statue suddenly cracked open. After that, the formation's foundation was destroyed by countless attacks. All 6 flaws were destroyed. Where did it appear? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. Huiyang had told him that the heavenly blue rock was inside the stone statue. Wang Chuanshan was also staring at the stone statue, he didn't dare blink his eyes. Crack. Right at this moment, the back of the stone statue suddenly cracked open, and it split in half. At the same time, a bright green gem came into everyone's sight, and it lit up the walls. Heavens, a fist-sized heavenly blue rock? Jiang Yu was shocked. He knew a thing or two about equipment refining, and according to what he knew, a fingernail-sized heavenly blue rock was enough to make a heavenly item. However, this heavenly blue rock was the size of a fist. Its value was immeasurable, it was enough to buy the entire Soaring Heaven mansion, or even the entire Heavenly Yuan sect. Everyone went crazy. The moment the heavenly blue rock appeared, Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan also made their move. Yi Xian didn't hesitate to use his points to exchange for a mid-grade Earth-level movement technique. He rushed forward at full speed. What? Wang Chuanshan was shocked. He was running at full speed, but he saw Yi Xian's afterimage in front of him. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so fast that even he could only see Yi Xian's afterimage. Wang Chuanshan wasn't stupid. He knew that he couldn't get the heavenly blue rock immediately, so he could only stop and wait for Yi Xian to come back. After all, there was only one escape route, right? However, what happened next almost dislocated everyone's jaws. Yi Xian was even more furious. Just as Yi Xian was about to touch the fist-sized heavenly blue rock, it was suddenly ejected by a mechanism in the stone statue. This speed was even faster than Yi Xian's. F***CK. Huiyang, F***CK your cousin. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He was about to grab the heavenly blue rock, but it was ejected by some mechanism. Heaven and hell were really separated by a single thought. When Wang Chuanshan saw this, he was so happy that he almost died. He hurriedly turned around and gave chase. The 2 groups of people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion and the Heavenly Yuan sect were also shocked. By the time they reacted, Wang Chuanshan had already passed them. He directly jumped onto the wall and grabbed the heavenly blue rock. Hand over the heavenly blue rock. Yi Xian was furious. He shouted and chased after him. Rumble. As luck would have it, the door suddenly opened right after the celestial blue stone was ejected. Wang Chuanshan landed on the ground and hurriedly passed through the gap. Yi Xian followed behind Wang Chuanshan and rushed in. The difference in time was about 2 seconds. End of chapter. Chapter 245. After Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan left the cave, the entire cave began to tremble, and dust kept falling from the ceiling. At this moment, Jiang Lu and the others realized that once the stone statue was destroyed, the entire cave would collapse. Let's go, let's get out of here quickly. Jiang Lu shouted in a low voice and hurriedly rushed into the passage. The escape tunnel was very dark and steep. Yi Xian was able to use sound waves to locate his position. But, when he was chasing after Wang Chuanshan at full speed, he was shocked to find that Wang Chuanshan was getting further and further away from him. How could this be possible? He must be using some kind of skill to increase his strength. Yi Xian immediately reacted. At this moment, he was a little hesitant, because he also knew this skill, the exploding aperture skill. But, this exploding aperture skill had a fatal side effect. After using it, the user's cultivation level would drop, and this effect would last for half a month. Normally, it would be 3 apertures exploding, but there was another type where all 7 apertures exploded. The consequences were very serious, and that was the loss of all cultivation, and the user would have to start from scratch. But now, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Poof. 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 3 muffled sounds could be heard. 3 apertures in Yi Xian's body exploded, and his core energy had also skyrocketed. When he used the exploding aperture skill earlier, he was only at the peak of the true profound realm, and the increase in his strength was huge. But now, he was at the initial mortal core realm, so the increase in his strength was very small. But, this was better than nothing, at least it wouldn't cause him to be left behind. 10 seconds later, Yi Xian also rushed out of the darkness and landed on the ground. He quickly turned around and saw a figure 100 meters away. It was Wang Chuanshan. This Wang Chuanshan was thinking the same thing as Yi Xian. He wanted to take the celestial blue rock for himself. Thus, the two of them started a chase. How is this possible? With my speed, why can't I catch up with him? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought that Yi Xian must be using a mid-earth rank martial skill, 1 rank higher than the exploding aperture skill. He was very vexed because there were very few martial arts like the exploding aperture technique. The exploding aperture technique was currently the best one that Yi Xian could use. The celestial bluestone was more important to him than anyone else. He could not let Wang Chuanshan leave. F*CKU, Yi Xian, will fight it out with you. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. There were 4 muffled sounds. Pooh. 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 The remaining 4 chakras had all been destroyed by him. Now, all 7 of his chakras had been destroyed. As long as this continued, he would lose all of his cultivation and would have to start cultivating from the first grade of the martial path. However, the 7 apertures explosion had increased his speed by at least 30%. Wang Chuanshan, I will kill you. Yi Xian glared and chased after him with all his might. If looks could kill, Wang Chuanshan would have died countless times. However, the heavens did not want Yi Xian to get the celestial bluestone. Just as his chakras were about to explode, a basin-sized green bird suddenly appeared not far away. The green bird approached at lightning speed, then extended its claws and pierced Wang Chuanshan's head. What? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. The scene in front of him was so sudden that even he could not react. When he saw it clearly, the green bird had already grabbed the celestial bluestone. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian rushed to within 100 meters of Wang Chuanshan. He immediately took out an earth-grade bow and arrow, then raised his hand and shot an arrow. Mid-earth rank martial skill, Fire Dragon Arrow. A huge fire snake shot out, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise by 5 degrees. However, this martial skill was not good at penetrating, so its speed was not fast. The green bird easily dodged it. Beep! It let out a cry, glanced at Yi Xian with its dark green eyes, then turned around and left. Wang Chuanshan's body fell limply to the ground. His head had been pierced through by the green bird's sharp claws. Plop! After seeing Wang Chuanshan's body, Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. An Earth Core warrior was killed by that bird. This meant that this bird was at least an Earth Core Xian beast. It might even be an initial Earth Core Xian beast or a profound Earth Core Xian beast. Danger. Yi Xian smelled the scent of danger. However, could he just watch as the celestial bluestone was taken away by that green bird? Impossible. Fight. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and chased after it, not even bothering to look at Wang Chuanshan's body. In the next moment, he realized that the green bird was extremely fast. It was fast, at least much faster than him. In the blink of an eye, it escaped from his attack range. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed again. However, it wasn't because of the green bird's speed, it was because there was a canyon in front of him that was at least 200 to 300 meters wide. That green bird had already flown to the sky above the canyon. It's only 300 meters. Watch me jump over it. Yi Xian was also muddle-headed. He swore that he would chase after that hateful green bird even if it cost him his life. Wasn't it just a canyon? With Yi Xian's speed, his 10,000 beasts bloodline, and the jumping ability of the thunderclap leopard, he would definitely be able to jump over it. Go! When Yi Xian was about to reach the edge of the cliff, he had already reached his maximum speed. He accurately rushed to the edge of the cliff and stepped on the edge. However, just as he was about to jump, the green bird in front of him suddenly opened its beak, followed by a sharp sound that made people tremble. Beep! This sound was like a demonic sound. When it entered Yi Xian's ears, it instantly crushed his will. At? This was the last thought in Yi Xian's mind. Then, he fainted and fell into the canyon that was several hundred meters high. Looking at Yi Xian in the middle of the canyon, the green bird shrieked in disdain. It seemed to be saying, "Stupid human, how dare you chase after me?" In its eyes, Yi Xian was definitely going to die after falling into this abyss. If Yi Xian hadn't fused with the 10,000 beasts bloodline, he would probably have fallen into pieces. However, that was not the case now. This canyon was about 300 meters high. Yi Xian had the thunderclap leopard bloodline. When he fell from a high place, regardless of whether he landed on his feet or not, he had the ability to cushion the fall. Plop! A muffled sound echoed in the canyon. Yi Xian fell to the bottom of the canyon, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Just now, Yi Xian had fainted after being sung by the green bird. Now that he had fallen to the bottom of the canyon, he felt that half of his bones were broken. At this moment, he actually still had some consciousness. It was like being woken up by his mother in the morning when he was still a student. He lay there quietly and slowly regained consciousness. However, he felt that he couldn't move. End of chapter. Chapter 246. Damn it, don't tell me my neck is broken or something. Yi Xian was lying on the ground as he muttered in his mind. It didn't matter if he was injured, as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to recover. What he was worried about the most was the fist-sized celestial blue stone, and he had lost it. He hated it so much that he wished he could grab that green bird and *CK it. Celestial blue stone, if he could devour that stone that could be used to forge 100 heavenly weapons, he should be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. Too bad. But, since it had come to this, there was no point for him to be sad. He could only pray and hope that no spirit beasts or Xian beasts would appear while he was crippled. Right at this moment. My core energy is quickly draining. Is it time? Yi Xian could sense the situation in his body. As his core energy was draining away, his cultivation level was dropping as well. Initial mortal core realm. Early mortal core realm. Half-step origin core realm. Peak of true profound realm. Yi Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had suffered a double loss. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken away Wang Chuanshan's storage ring. In less than half a minute, Yi Xian's cultivation level had dropped below the martial Dao realm. In the end, he lost all his cultivation and became a cripple once again. Forget it, I'll heal my injuries first. After thinking about this, Yi Xian closed his eyes and started healing. But, he didn't dare fall asleep, as he was worried that some spirit beasts, Xian beasts, or even humans would approach him. He didn't know if his fellow disciples could find him. But, he was disappointed. He had been quietly waiting in the valley for 2 hours, but no one came. That Wang Chuanshan was killed by that green bird, I didn't kill him. But, those disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect might still fight with my fellow disciples. This is so troublesome, I hope it won't be a fight to the death. Yi Xian was troubled. What he couldn't understand was that Wang Chuanshan's body was right next to the valley, but no one came to investigate. He was so sad. But right at this moment. Suddenly, a series of footsteps entered Yi Xian's ears. He was shocked, and he quickly closed his eyes to feel for the sound. People. People. And there were 3 of them. Oh no, it's a tragedy. Yi Xian thought to himself. After 2 hours of recovery, his external injuries had healed, but his internal injuries were still recovering, so he was still unable to move. Normally, when people saw him in this state, they would definitely give him another stab and take away his universe ring. This was going to be terrible. Damn it, I still can't move my hands. I'm not going to die here, am I? Yi Xian was very distressed. He regretted chasing after the green bird. He had really suffered a double loss. Now, he might even die here. At this moment, the three of them were already within 300 meters of him and could almost see him. In such a situation, he only had one choice, which was to play dead. Immediately, he closed his eyes, hoping that the other party would only take the interspatial ring and not give him another stab. Hey, senior brothers and sisters, there's someone over there. Not long after Yi Xian closed his eyes, a clear voice entered his ears. However, he did not dare to open his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. After the three of them discovered him, they quickly approached him. Did you fall from the canyon? You're quite lucky to have picked up an interspatial ring for free. A man's voice sounded. Then, Yi Xian felt the interspatial ring on his right hand being taken away. Yi Xian held his breath and forcefully concealed his physical features, so that the other party would think that he was dead. However, his body temperature could not be fooled. You still have body temperature. You're not dead? The man was a little surprised. At this moment, a flirtatious voice sounded, even if you're not dead, you're probably crippled. Kill him. F***CK, this woman is really ruthless. F***CKU. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He closed his eyes to sense and found that the man had already taken out his long sword and was ready to give him a fatal blow. Yi Xian was also ready to come back to life. Although he couldn't move and had no cultivation, he still had one last trump card. 8 Desolate Wind Formation. The Ba Huang's sword had fallen down with him, just to the side. If these three people really dared to make a move against him, he would devour everything in the swallowing space, and then use the Ba Huang wind-killing formation to kill these three people. He estimated that he would be able to kill at least one of them. It would be enough to activate the 8 Desolate Wind Formation, and it would be more than enough to kill a late mortal core warrior. Just as the man was about to attack, the clear voice sounded again, Senior disciple, I'm already injured to this extent. Just let it go, I beg you, junior disciple sister, you're too kind. If you go out and train in the future, this might get you killed. The man frowned. The young girl didn't refute. She took out a pill and stuffed it into Yi Xian's mouth. Then, she channeled her Xian energy into his body, helping him absorb the pill. Junior disciple sister, are you crazy? This is the pill master gave you to save your life, and you're giving it to him? The charming woman was shocked. She pulled out her sword and said, it's not too late, watch me kill him and take out the pill. Senior disciple sister, don't. The young girl blocked in front of the charming woman with her body. Junior disciple sister, move away. That heavenly revitalizing pill is priceless, and you gave it to him. Hurry up and take it out before it's absorbed. The charming woman's cold voice was filled with killing intent. Senior disciple sister, that heavenly revitalizing pill was given to me by master, so it belongs to me. If junior disciple sister wants to use it to save someone, senior disciple sister, are you going to stop me? The young girl suddenly asked. This question also stunned the charming woman. Indeed, this heavenly fantasy pill belonged to the young girl, she didn't have the right to decide who should use it. But the charming woman's eyes were still filled with killing intent, because she really wanted that heavenly revitalizing pill. Humph, stubborn girl. Although the charming woman was jealous, it didn't belong to her, so she could only snort and say, Senior disciple brother, let's go. The man didn't say anything, but in the next moment, he suddenly dashed out and picked up a quaint long sword that had fallen on the ground. Then, his eyes lit up, and he quickly kept it in his interspatial ring. Senior disciple brother, what's in that interspatial ring? The charming woman chased after him and asked. I guess it's a disciple from a small family, he's so poor. The man threw Yi Xian's interspatial ring to her. But what he said was true. There weren't many things in Yi Xian's interspatial ring, because most of them were stored in the devouring space. But, a strange look flashed across the man's eyes. The charming woman took the interspatial ring and took a look. Sure enough, she threw the interspatial ring back. But in the next moment, a strange look flashed across her eyes, just like the man's. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 247. Junior sister, let's go. We haven't found the blue heart grass yet. As the man spoke, he turned his head to look. But then, he said in astonishment, Junior sister, are you crazy? You gave the heavenly returning pill to this brat, and now you're carrying him. Are you trying to be a good person until the end? The charming woman turned her head in astonishment and found that the young girl had already carried Yi Xian on her back. That thin and delicate figure carrying a 1.8-meter tall man on her back was too unnatural. Senior brother, senior sister, you guys go first, the young girl shouted. She's really crazy. The man shouted in a low voice and turned to leave, but he didn't dare to actually leave. If something happened to the young girl, he would be punished by his master. The charming woman also frowned. Her junior sister was too kind, and she hated it. The three of them walked for about 2 hours before they finally found their quest, the blue heart grass, on the cliff. Alright, after running through so many canyons, we finally found the blue heart grass. We can return to the sect and report back. The man heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the sky was already dark. It seemed that they would have to spend the night in the canyon. Senior brother, there seems to be a cave up ahead. The charming woman pointed in a direction. Okay, let's rest over there. The man nodded slightly and walked over with the charming woman. The young girl also followed with Yi Xian on her back. Fortunately, she wasn't an ordinary person, but a cultivator. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for her to walk for so long with Yi Xian on her back. The three of them walked in front of a cave. Then, the man said to the young girl, Junior sister, you stand guard outside. Junior sister Meng and I will go in and take a look, okay? Hearing this, the young girl's face turned red and she softly replied. The charming woman's lips curled up slightly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She followed the man in. Not long after, her coquettish and panting came out of the cave. Although she deliberately suppressed it, the young girl at the entrance could still hear it. I knew it. Senior brother and senior sister are doing that kind of shameful thing again. The young girl sat at the entrance of the cave with a red face and muttered softly. She wasn't a child, so she naturally understood some things. After all, this wasn't the first time. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, once. She looked at Yi Xian lying on the bed and whispered, I wonder when he'll wake up. 5 minutes later, a man's low shout came from the cave. Then, it stopped. But not long after, a strange rumbling sound suddenly came from inside, as if there was a battle going on. When the young girl heard this, she hurriedly shouted inside, Senior brother, what happened inside? It's just a spirit beast. Don't come in. The man's voice drifted out. Not long after, he appeared as well. Senior brothers, are you all right? The young girl hurriedly stood up and asked, where's senior sister? The man slowly walked out, holding a simple and unadorned sword that was stained with blood. He grinned and said, it's fine. Meng and I is cleaning up inside. The young girl didn't doubt him and said, then I'll go help senior sister. Just as she was about to enter the cave, the man suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wait. The man said, Junior sister, I have something to say to you. The young girl looked at him with a surprised expression. Although the sky was dark, she could still see the man suddenly smile. Junior sister, actually, I've never liked her. Ever since the day you entered my sect, I was captivated by you. Junior sister, from now on, you can follow me. The man said. Senior brother, you. The young girl was shocked. She tried to break free, but the man's grip on her wrist was too strong, she couldn't break free. Don't be like this, junior sister. If you follow me, I'll treat you well in the future. Master said that he'll help me kill a profound beast soon, and I'll be a divine core warrior soon. At that time. Before the man could finish his words, the young girl interrupted him. Senior brother, don't say any more. No, listen to me carefully. The man shouted with a deep voice. The young girl realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly shouted into the cave, Senior sister, come out quickly. However, no matter how much she shouted, there was no reply from inside. Hee, junior sister, stop shouting. Meng and I is actually dead. The man suddenly revealed a strange smile. Dead? The young girl was startled for a moment, then she suddenly understood something. Senior brother, you killed senior sister? When the man heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's right, I killed her, and that's why she found out that the sword in my hand is an earth weapon. Earth weapon? The young girl was shocked once again. An earth weapon was extremely precious, and it was impossible for anyone below the divine core realm to own one. This man was only a half-step origin core warrior. How did he get his hands on an earth weapon? You don't know, right? This earth weapon was dropped near this young man. The man waved the 8 desolate sword in his hand. Senior brother, you were worried that senior sister would steal it from you, so you killed her? The young girl immediately reacted. That's right, she noticed it, and wanted to share it with me. That's why I killed her. A sinister smile emerged on the man's face as he looked at Yi Xian. This young man didn't have anything in his storage ring, but he did have an earth weapon. This is out of my expectations. Junior sister, with this earth weapon, I can definitely enter the top 100 of the heavenly origin ranking. As long as I break through, I can at least enter the top 30, and at that time. Senior brother, you're crazy. How could you kill a fellow disciple for an earth weapon? The young girl subconsciously took a step back, and stepped on Yi Xian's finger. But, her right hand was still grabbed by the man, there was no way she could escape. Junior sister, since things have come to this, I have no other choice. Just obey me, I'll treat you well. The man pulled the young girl into his arms with his left hand, but the young girl struggled free. Junior sister, don't be so shameless. If you don't obey me, I'll kill this pretty boy you saved first. The man glanced at Yi Xian who was standing next to him. Senior brother, the young girl's heart trembled. She knew that if she didn't agree, the man would definitely kill Yi Xian. After all, even her senior sister was dead. I'll ask you one more time, do you agree? The man glared at her. The young girl hesitated. She was only at the peak of the true darkness realm, she couldn't stop the man at all. If she resisted, she would definitely be in a miserable state, and Yi Xian would definitely be killed. So, she could only nod. Good, I'll treat you well. The man laughed maniacally, in a good mood. He put away the 8 desolate sword, and suddenly revealed a wretched expression, saying, You must have had a great time eavesdropping these past few days. I know you haven't tried, but come, today I'll give you a treat. End of chapter. Chapter 248. The young girl was shocked and hurriedly struck out with her palm, but it was blocked by the man. The man continued to laugh lecherously. Junior sister, don't show your strength in front of me. Don't resist, or I'll kill that gigolo. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the young girl's shoulder and pulled it hard. In the next moment, the young girl's clothes were torn apart, and her smooth shoulder was exposed to the air. If it wasn't for the night, the man's saliva would have flowed out. Stop, senior brother, stop, or you'll what? The man didn't care at all. He was a level higher than the young girl, and the latter wasn't a threat to him at all. However, he liked this kind of feeling. The louder the young girl screamed, the better he felt. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Don't touch her, or die. This voice came so suddenly that the man and the young girl trembled in fear. The man immediately let go of the young girl's hands and took out the Bahuang sword. Unfortunately, just as the Bahuang sword was taken out, he heard a cracking sound. The Bahuang sword directly fell out of his hand, and his wrist directly shrunk by a size. The bones in his hand were actually crushed by someone. Ah! The man couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout, "Who is it?" "The person you called Gigolo." The cold voice sounded again. Then, the man was sent flying. His chest was shattered, and his heart was directly penetrated by a punch. He died without knowing how. The person who punched through his chest was the one he called a gigolo, Yi Xian. After a few hours of rest, he had recovered a lot. At least, he could move now. Fortunately, he had that heavenly recovery pill. Although the effect was much worse than the healing medicine he used before, it still sped up his recovery. Senior brother. When the young girl saw the man flying away, she quickly ran over, only to find that he was already dead. She immediately looked at the figure not far away and said in shock, You. She was so frightened that she could not speak. "Don't worry, you saved my life. I won't hurt you," Yi Xian slowly said as he looked at the young girl whose clothes had been taken off and her shoulders were bare. This young girl looked to be about 15 years old, about the same age as Shueqingqing. She was very pretty and cute. However, she was too kind. That man almost raped her, and she still ran over. That was already beyond stupid. Weren't you heavily injured?" the young girl asked in shock. Yi Xian saw that the young girl's body was trembling, so he didn't move. He stood in place and replied, "It's all thanks of your pill, or I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. And thank you for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have been killed by your senior brothers and sisters." "But, you killed senior brother." The young girl's eyes were already misty, and she was about to cry. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. He glanced at the cave and said, "Is this kind of person worth your sadness? He killed his own junior sister for this earth artifact, then threatened you to obey him. In the end, he wanted to rape you. My eyes hurt just looking at him, so I killed him." The young girl didn't say anything. She carefully thought about it, but in the end, she still cried. She didn't expect such a thing to happen when she came out for a training mission. Yi Xian felt his heart ache and quietly walked over. The young girl was shocked and quickly retreated. "Don't be afraid, I said I won't hurt you. Put on your clothes first," Yi Xian said as he squatted down and took off the man's interspatial ring to check it. "Damn, poor bastard." Hearing this, the young girl took out a robe from her interspatial ring. She felt a lingering fear in her heart. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's sudden appearance, her entire body would have been. "You're right. Thank you." The young girl thanked him softly. "You saved me and even gave me a life-saving pill. I should be the one thanking you," Yi Xian said as he put away the man's corpse. He also put away the seductive woman's corpse in the cave. Then he said, "I'll keep the corpses so I don't feel annoyed. Those are my senior brother and sister's corpses." "Why, did you keep them?" the young girl asked curiously. "Don't tell me you want to bring them back to the sect and tell them the truth?" Yi Xian asked. The young girl hesitated. If she returned to the sect, she would tell her master that her senior brother and senior sister had killed each other over an earth tool. In the end, her senior brother had killed her senior sister and even had designs on her. He had wanted to rape her. Then, how did she escape? When you go back, just say that you were separated from them because you ran into a beast tide. That way, whether they live or die has nothing to do with you," Yi Xian directly suggested. The young girl fell silent. "All right, it's all in the past now. Don't think about it anymore. You're a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect, right? What's your name?" Yi Xian asked again. The young girl hesitated again, then she slowly said, "My name is Zhao Fian." "Oh, all right, I understand." Yi Xian nodded and sat down, then he said, "My injuries haven't fully healed yet. I still need some time to recover." After he finished speaking, he took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The young girl quietly walked to the side and sat down. She had suffered a huge blow just now, so she needed some time to calm down. But what she didn't realize was that Yi Xian's cultivation was actually much lower than hers. He was only at the mid-true profound realm, and this was with the hidden effect of the myriad flower bloodline. This time, Yi Xian was also in a dangerous situation. He was scared half to death, but luckily it was just a false alarm. He managed to survive. Right now, there weren't many things left in his devouring space. He only had some forging materials left in the cave. These materials weren't enough for him to break through to the mortal core realm, so he decided to just keep them. At the same time, in order to chase after Wang Chuanshan and the emerald bird, he had used up all of his devouring points. Later on, he devoured a little more during the chase, so he still had around 30 billion points left. He was very troubled, because this place was very far away from the Soaring Heaven mansion. It took him half a month to get there using the Soaring Heaven rock. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to run back, it would take him at least 2 months. He didn't know how to fly, so he had to take a lot of detours. Furthermore, he didn't even know if he could make it back alive. There's no other way. I can only rest for a night and recover from my injuries. After that, I'll go and look for senior brothers. But, I don't know if they're still here, Yi Xian thought to himself. He started absorbing the pills calmly. He estimated that he would be able to recover to his peak condition by the second half of the night. But right at this moment, he suddenly felt Zhao Fian standing up. End of chapter. Chapter 249. Can I leave? Zhao Fian asked softly. When Yi Xian heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" I want to return to the sect," Zhao Fian said timidly. She was a little afraid of Yi Xian. "It's too dangerous in the middle of the night. Let's wait until tomorrow." "I'll send you back," Yi Xian said. Since he had not recovered his strength, he could only borrow a Sky Thunder Eagle from the Sky Branch to fly back to the Soaring Sky Mansion. He could travel with Zhao Fian. "No, thank you." Zhao Fian hurriedly shook her head and got up to leave. This time, Yi Xian did not stop her and allowed her to leave. However, not long after Zhao Fian left, he got up and followed her. He could feel that Zhao Fian was a little afraid of him, so he could only follow her secretly. This girl, isn't she afraid of encountering a mystical beast? Yi Xian was helpless, but his injuries had healed a lot. Although he was moving, he was actually refining the medicinal energy. It was fine as long as he was not in a battle. Zhao Fian was also moving carefully, but she did not notice Yi Xian, who was following her 100 meters behind. She ran for about half an hour before stopping to rest. Just as she sat down, she heard a voice. It was not from Yi Xian, but from above her. This frightened her so much that she hurriedly stood up and threw a palm at the sky to illuminate her surroundings. "Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty spider?" She could not help but exclaim. Bloodthirsty spiders were spiritual beasts comparable to a half-step origin core cultivator. If there was only one, she could still handle it. However, she saw that there were more than 10 bloodthirsty spiders on the stone wall above her. This was definitely not something she could handle alone. Immediately, she broke into a run. Those bloodthirsty spiders also began to chase after her. Fortunately, she was quite fast and managed to open up a distance between them. However, in the next moment, she stopped in her tracks again because there was a strange sound in front of her. Whoosh! A palm strike pierced through the sky and illuminated her surroundings. Zhao Fian's face was pale, and her entire body went limp on the ground. She saw that there was an even larger bloodthirsty spider in front of her. This was clearly the bloodthirsty spider king, a dark beast. She had probably entered the bloodthirsty spider's lair. "It's over," Yi Zichen muttered under his breath. Zhao Fian was already prepared to die. She watched as the bloodthirsty spider, which was bigger than a cow, approached her and raised its 2 side-like front claws. Swish! The bloodthirsty spider king's 2 claws suddenly swung down. Its speed was so fast that it actually produced a sonic boom. Zhao Fian closed her eyes, unwilling to give up. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked the bloodthirsty Spider King's two sharp claws. Tisk, tsk, tsk, Xian beasts. You're pretty lucky. Yi Xian laughed loudly. He took out the Bahuang sword and stabbed forward. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Starfall. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Meteor Strike. Bang! A bright light shone, and Zhao Fian suddenly opened her eyes. What she saw was the bloodthirsty Spider King, which could easily cut her in half, suddenly fell to the ground with its claws facing the sky. It was actually dead. Not only that, she also saw a familiar figure in front of her. Wasn't this the man who killed her senior brother just now? After that, she saw Yi Xian take a big step forward and put away the bloodthirsty Spider King's body. Ding! The host has devoured a dark beast's body. The reward is 300 million points. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the true profound realm. Although the value of this bloodthirsty Spider King's body wasn't high, it still allowed Yi Xian to break through to the peak of the true profound realm. This was a huge breakthrough, because it meant that Yi Xian would soon break through to the half-step origin core realm, or even the mortal core realm. Concoct the 6 yuan pill. Immediately, Yi Xian used the materials in his devouring space to concoct a 6 yuan pill, then he directly put it into his mouth. When the pill entered his mouth, a notification immediately sounded out in his mind. Ding! The host has broken through to the half-step origin core realm. The half-step origin core realm was just one step away from the divine core realm. But, don't forget, Yi Xian still had a dark beast's inner core. When he swallowed the Xian beast inner core, all the Xian qi in his body was converted into core essence. He had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Previously, when he used the exploding aperture skill, the mortal core in his body had exploded. But now, he had formed a new mortal core. Huh, the heavens are really helping me. Yi Xian thought to himself. He laughed out loud 3 times. He never thought that he would actually be able to encounter a Xian beast. It was truly a great feeling. But, this wasn't the end of their troubles. Because of this, he and Zhao Fian entered a nest of bloodthirsty spiders. Right now, he could sense that there were more than 100 bloodthirsty spiders gathering around them. Fine, I'll take both of you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, then he said, Fian, stay where you are and don't move. He did not wait for Zhao Fian to react. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out. After that, a series of explosions sounded out in the surroundings. The bright light from the explosions was like fireworks, and Zhao Fian was stunned by what she saw. Who is he? Zhao Fian thought to herself. Killing the bloodthirsty Spider King, who was a mortal core warrior, in an instant, wasn't something an ordinary man could do. Perhaps there were only a dozen people in the entire Heavenly Yuan sect who could do this. In less than a minute, all the bloodthirsty spiders were chopped in half by Yi Xian, and even their corpses and inner cores were devoured. More than 10 billion devour points, not bad. Yi Xian was satisfied with the result. Although the corpses and inner cores of half-step origin core warriors weren't worth much, there were more than 100 of them here. Alright, all the spiders are gone, don't worry. Yi Xian moved next to Zhao Fian and gently helped her up. Thank you. Zhao Fian said gratefully. She had been saved by Yi Xian before, and now, she was saved again. Therefore, the fear in her heart had disappeared, and was replaced with gratitude. With your strength, it will be difficult for you to walk out of this valley. You should rest for the night. Tomorrow, come with me to a place, then I'll send you back to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Yi Xian said slowly. This time, Zhao Fian didn't resist. They left this bloody place and found a place to rest. After that, Yi Xian took out a pill and threw it over to Zhao Fian. Zhao Fian was surprised and asked, "What is this?" "You'll know after you eat it. Just consider it as returning the pill to you." Yi Xian replied casually. "No need, thank you. You saved me just now." Zhao Fian shook her head. Yi Xian didn't want to waste time talking nonsense, so he directly threatened her, "Don't give it back to me, or else I'll throw you into the Xian beast's nest." His tone was firm, as if he was scaring a child. End of chapter. Chapter 250. The Longevity Spring Tower was brightly lit. Night fell, and the world fell into silence. However, this place was indeed a place of luxury, with bells ringing and cauldrons eating. Knock, knock, knock. Following a series of knocks on the door, Zhang Xiaofan stood up and opened the door of the private room. He smiled at the two people outside the door and said, "You two are finally here." Yi Hao looked apologetic and said, "The day after tomorrow is the immortal abode. Master Chu Heng gave us some instructions, so we were delayed." "Xiaofan, I apologize." It's okay. Come on in." Zhang Xiaofan said, and the two people went in. At this moment, Yi followed behind Yi Hao. He held a wine jar in his hand and raised it to his face. "This is the good wine from our inner tribe's wine cellar. It's incomparably sweet. Let's not go home until we're drunk tonight." "Oh." Yi Hao and Yi walked into the room and bowed to Bai Yi Chen and Long Shi. After greeting the three brothers, Zhang Xiaofan led them to sit down. Everyone was here, and the waiter immediately began to serve the dishes. The dishes in the Sky private room were worlds apart from those in the hall downstairs. Everything here was absolutely delicacies. There was precious 1,000-year-old ginseng stewed with fire chicken, rare spirit herb stir-fried snow venison, deep-sea ice crab, underground goo rats. There were things that flew in the sky, walked on the ground, swam in the water, and burrowed in the soil. The meat of these demonic beasts was full of spiritual energy. Cooked with various spirit herbs, it was naturally a great supplement. Paired with a cup of mellow old wine, there was probably nothing more beautiful in this world. Bai Yi Chen and Long Shi sat at the side and ate the dishes. Compared to the delicacies, they seemed to be more interested in the six people's bragging after drinking. Brother Jiang, I heard that although you're in the earth martial arts realm, you can even fight against a cultivator in the sky martial arts realm. We're so envious of you for being so young and promising," Yi said with a smile as he stood up and held his wine cup. "No, it's all nonsense. If I'm really that awesome, then I'm in the sky." Zhang Xiaofan waved his hands. Yi Hao patted Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder and said, "After working with you in the Forest of Fasting, I knew that you would come to the imperial capital sooner or later. There's no place for you in the Howling Sky City. Isn't that so? Boss is good at alchemy and crafting, and he's also very strong." Iron Hammer laughed foolishly and ate a pig's leg. Yi nodded. "It's really fortunate for the Imperial Guards to have you, Xiaofan. If you were snatched away by the Imperial Medicine Department or the Imperial Weapon Department, it would definitely be a loss for the Imperial Guards." Hearing everyone's extravagant praise, Zhang Xiaofan's face was red and slightly tipsy. He felt like he was about to float. Although he said no, the thoughts in his heart were written all over his face. After finishing a jar of wine, the six of them were also dizzy. The strong wine in the Yi family was very strong, and they were all defeated by the power of the wine. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone leaned back on their chairs and chatted about all sorts of things. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Bang! A loud sound came from outside the house. Zhang Xiaofan frowned slightly. He had already sensed an obvious change in the martial energy in the hall downstairs. Bai Yi Chen and Long Shi stopped whispering and looked towards the door. Zhang Xiaofan stood up shakily, pushed open the wooden door, and walked to the railing. He lowered his head and looked into the hall. As expected, there was a fight in the hall. "Who do you think you are? You're just a secondary Class 8 halberd leader in the East City. How dare you be so arrogant?" A sarcastic voice echoed in the hall. Zhang Xiaofan looked over and realized that it was a man in his 30s. He was dressed in a navy blue robe with a token hanging on his waist. He could vaguely tell that he was from the Ministry of Rights. "Zhou Wu is just a child. Don't you people from the Ministry of Rights have any humanity?" A young man on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth glared angrily at the few people in front of him. I must seek justice for this matter. I'm not afraid even if I have to enter the capital to meet the emperor. You're just a small fry in the East City. Meet the emperor? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what you're capable of. Beat him up. With the man's roar, the people around him surrounded the man on the ground and started punching and kicking him. Feeling the martial chi wrapped around the man's arms, Zhang Xiaofan knew that these were the attacks of an expert in the earth martial arts realm. If this went on, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. In the imperial capital, not to mention the fact that officials protected each other, there were countless officials who had no respect for the law. Only the imperial guards and the minister of war in the inner city, Chuheng and Bai Moxing, had strict laws. This rarely happened, but in other departments, this kind of situation basically existed. As long as no one was killed, this was also a kind of experience. Good preparation could be used to turn anger into strength and constantly strengthen oneself. Zhang Xiaofan didn't want to intervene in this matter, but in the end, he couldn't stand it anymore. There were two reasons. First, these people were too ruthless. He could see that the shopkeeper didn't dare to stop them and was about to be beaten to death. Second, he knew the man on the ground. It was Lin Song. If he hadn't seen him today, Zhang Xiaofan would have almost forgotten his existence. He was Lin Song, who made everyone tremble with fear at the mention of his name during the martial arts competition in the barracks of the East and West City. After Zhang Xiaofan defeated him, he left the barracks and was transferred to the outer city. It turned out that he was going to be a halberd leader. Zhang Xiaofan had a good impression of Lin Song. At least he had a clear distinction between love and hate. Zhang Xiaofan defeated him and didn't hesitate to give up his weapon to cure him of the poison. Zhang Xiaofan only told him to stop relying on his strength in the barracks and not leave a way out for the West City barracks. The next day, he resolutely left the East City barracks. Just this alone made Zhang Xiaofan admire him. Looks like you've eaten a weight and made up your mind. How dare you look at me with such disrespectful eyes? Dig out my eyes and throw them out. The man pointed at Lin Song and scolded. His subordinate was also ruthless. He actually responded and pulled out a dagger to stab Lin Song's eyes. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan had already come downstairs. He shouted, "Stop!" His shout made them stop. After all, the high-ranking officials were too lazy to care about this matter, and the low-ranking officials did not dare to interfere. They did not expect someone to interfere. Lin Song turned his head slightly and looked at Zhang Xiaofan. Suddenly, a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. There was shame and unwillingness. The man looked up and down. This teenager in a long robe was quite unfamiliar. In his impression, there was no such person in the imperial city. I am a 5th-rank advisor of the Ministry of Rights. No matter who you are, you'd better not interfere in my business. The man scolded angrily. 5th-rank advisor of the Ministry of Rights? If I remember correctly, you should be Zhao Zhou on a diplomatic mission to East Continent. Why? Did you just come back today? Zhang Xiaofan's tone was calm. As he spoke, he walked to Lin Song's side and tried to help him up. Zhao Zhou was stunned. He didn't expect the person in front of him to know him. Could it be a bureaucrat from the inner city? Fearing that he might have missed something, he thought about the bureaucrat in his mind and confirmed that he had never seen this person before. However, it didn't matter whether he knew him or not. Zhang Xiaofan actually helped Lin Song up in front of him without his permission. He simply didn't take him, the advisor of the Ministry of Rights, seriously. He had been on a diplomatic mission to East Continent by the Emperor's order and had been away for about 3 months. Today, when he returned to the city, he was caught red-handed by a random soldier. Therefore, he flew into a rage and left resentfully after crippling the soldier's legs. He didn't expect that when he arrived at the Longevity Spring Tower to enjoy dinner, Lin Song would come in a hurry to seek justice. In the imperial capital, high officials were justice, and power was the law. Then the previous scene happened. The 5 people around him were all experts in the earth martial arts realm, and Lin Song was nothing to be afraid of. You know that I'm the advisor of the Ministry of Rights, and you still dare to help him in front of me? Do you not want to live anymore? Zhao Zhou shouted. Jiang Xiaofan didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he brought a bench and helped Lin Song sit down. He asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" "It's okay. It's just a flesh wound," Lin Song said softly in a weak voice. Upstairs, Bai Chen and Long Shi stood by the railing and watched what was happening in the hall. Long Shi clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. He dared to be so fierce to my master. I'll kill him. She was about to go downstairs when Bai Chen grabbed her and said, "Sister Shi, don't go. Xiaofan can handle this." Thinking back to the Fulai Inn in Lei Tian City, this scene was so familiar. Jiang Xiaofan was this kind of person. He hated evil as if it was his enemy. The more arrogant and despotic someone was, the more willing Jiang Xiaofan was to intervene and uphold justice. This was his nature. "How dare you be so disrespectful to me? I'll teach you a lesson today." Zhao Zhou was enraged. His eyes were red. Even when he was on a diplomatic mission to the East Continent, the ministers treated him with respect. Few people in the city dared to offend him, let alone Jiang Xiaofan. Buzz. As Zhao Zhou clenched his fists, his martial chi soared instantly. The pressure of the peak of the earth martial arts realm directly pressed down on Jiang Xiaofan. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan was taking out an elixir from a porcelain bottle and handing it to Lin Song. Lin Song's eyes widened when he felt the pressure. He was about to tell Jiang Xiaofan, but Jiang Xiaofan gave him a look to calm him down. Yes, he was defeated by Jiang Xiaofan. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofan was an imperial guard of the imperial city. Whether it was the pressure or the official pressure, Jiang Xiaofan was not worried at all. Why should he be anxious? The powerful pressure fell on Jiang Xiaofan, but the diners and waiters around him were not worried about Jiang Xiaofan at all. Zhao Zhou had been away for 3 months, so he did not know what was happening in the city. More than a month ago, Jiang Xiaofan became an imperial guard. Moreover, he was personally promoted by His Majesty. No one dared to say anything, but Zhao Zhou and the others were kept in the dark. The pressure fell, but Jiang Xiaofan was not affected at all. Lin Song took the elixir and swallowed it. Immediately, the wounds on his body began to heal quickly. When Zhao Zhou saw the miraculous effects of the elixir, he frowned and asked, "Are you from the Imperial Drug Bureau?" Seeing that Lin Song was recovering, Jiang Xiaofan turned to look at Zhao Zhou. He smiled and said, "Imperial Drug Bureau? I'm not interested. However, you are just a rank 5 official. How dare you attack an Imperial Guard? Perhaps we have to settle this matter." Chapter 251. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he came up with a plan. "Fian, wait a moment, I need to change my appearance." After saying that, he ran into the forest, changed his clothes, changed his face, and even changed his voice. When he reappeared in front of Zhao Fian, she couldn't recognize him at all. In the devouring system, other than the voice-changing orb, there was also the face-changing mask that could last for 24 hours. The face-changing mask was actually a formation, similar to the Shenglu of the sea market. Of course, if he encountered an expert, he would be instantly recognized. "You are..." Zhao Fian looked at the strange yet familiar young man in front of her and couldn't help but ask. "It's me, I used a special method to change my appearance. Now, I'm called Zhao Pan. You just need to say that I'm your friend, and that I saved you on the way back. I want to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle to fly back to the central province." Yi Xian said in his own voice. Zhao Fian was shocked. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she was frightened. "This is urgent, let's go. Don't reveal my identity." Yi Xian reminded her again. Zhao Fian nodded, then she brought Yi Xian up the mountain. Heavenly Yuan sect, the overlord sect of the southern region. Their overall strength was stronger than Soaring Heaven Mansion. Originally, Yi Xian only needed Zhao Fian to bring a heavenly thunder eagle, but he suddenly remembered that his fiancée, Lin Shui, was also in heavenly yuan sect, so he wanted to see what cultivation level Lin Shui had reached. He suddenly remembered that the heavenly yuan sect's guardian, Eugene, had said that as long as he came to heavenly yuan sect, he would accept him as his disciple. The guardians of Soaring Heaven Mansion were all at the half-step origin core realm, so Yi Xian guessed that the guardians of heavenly yuan sect were at most at the early mortal core realm. Early mortal core realm? So what? Yi Xian was also at the mortal core realm. Zhao Fian brought Yi Xian into the inner circle of heavenly yuan sect. Along the way, many disciples stared at Yi Xian with strange expressions, as if they knew who Zhao Fian was. Then, they arrived in front of a house. Yi. Big brother Zhao, this is my residence. Please wait here for a while. I'll go find my master, Zhao Fian said. Okay, go ahead. Yi Xian nodded. As for Lin Shui, wouldn't it be fine to ask Zhao Fian later? After that, Zhao Fian left to report to her master and borrow a sky thunder eagle. The Soaring Firmament Mansion had many soaring firmament great rocks, so many disciples could use them. However, the heavenly thunder eagles were few in number, so not many people could use them. Otherwise, why would Yi Xian go through so much trouble? However, not long after Zhao Fian left, someone came looking for her. It was a youth in his 20s. He wore the uniform of a heavenly yuan sect's true disciple. In the heavenly yuan sect, as long as one was a guardian or above, they were qualified to accept disciples. The disciples they accepted had a higher status than the inner disciples. They were all true disciples. The heavenly yuan sect's disciples they met in the cave were all true disciples. They wore the same uniform as the youth in front of them, so Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. The youth entered the house rudely. His eyes fell on Yi Xian as he questioned, "Who are you? Don't you know that you should tell your name first when asking for someone's identity?" Yi Xian sat in front of the stone table and said coldly. "True disciple of the heavenly yuan sect, Yang Yifan." The youth said, then asked again, "You're not a disciple of the heavenly yuan sect. How did you get in?" "Fian brought me in." "I'm her friend," Yi Xian answered casually. At this moment, he understood why Yang Yifan came. He was here for Zhao Fian. Hearing this answer, Yang Yifan narrowed his eyes and said, "Junior sister Fian is always in the sect. Why haven't I heard that she has any friends?" "Oh. It seems that I'm very familiar with Fian?" Yi Xian asked. Yang Yifan paused, then continued, "Okay, you're Fian's friend. Then why are you in the heavenly yuan sect?" It was fine if it was just once or twice, but this Yang Yifan always used a questioning tone to ask questions. This made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. "Why should I tell you?" Yi Xian's lips curled up. Although he was in the heavenly yuan sect's territory, it didn't mean that he had to lower his voice and admit defeat. "How dare you? How dare you talk to me like that?" Yang Yifan was furious. In the heavenly yuan sect's inner sect, not many people dared to answer him with such a tone. "If you have nothing else, please leave." Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. If it weren't for the fact that he had something to do today, he would have beaten Yang Yifan to the ground. Since when could a half-step origin core realm be so arrogant? What a joke. You dare to ask me to leave? Is the heavenly yuan sect your home? Do you think you're the young sect master? Yang Yifan said with disdain. His voice was very loud. At this moment, many people had already gathered outside the courtyard, all of them here to watch the show. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. He really didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble would always find him. However, in order to not cause trouble for Zhao Fian, he decided to endure it. He would just treat it as a fly flying around. "Oh, you don't dare to speak anymore? I want to see what ability you have to ask me to leave." As Yang Yifan spoke, he took a big step forward and slapped Yi Xian's shoulder, preparing to throw Yi Xian out of the courtyard. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xian was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all. Are you massaging my shoulder? Yi Xian yawned. Damn it. Yang Yifan's expression changed. He immediately tried to slap Yi Xian's face, but in the next second, his hand stopped in midair. This was because a hand had grabbed onto his wrist like an iron clamp. At the same time, he also sensed an aura that was several times stronger than his own. What a powerful core origin. Are you a divine core warrior? Yang Yifan hurriedly took a few steps back. Yi Xian didn't bother to answer his question. He wanted Yang Yifan to back off and stop pushing his luck. There was a huge gap between a half-step origin core warrior and a divine core warrior. Yang Yifan knew it was impossible for him to defeat Yi Xian. But, he remembered that he was in the Heavenly Yuan sect, and there was someone who could support him. Therefore, he wasn't afraid. A divine core warrior? Good, very good. There is a rule in the Heavenly Yuan sect: those who aren't sect enforcers or above aren't allowed to bring any divine core warriors into the sect. Junior disciple Fian is just a core disciple. How dare she bring a divine core warrior into the sect? Yang Yifan said coldly. What? Chapter 252. Yi Xian knew that if he continued to stay here, he would only bring more trouble to Zhao Fian. Besides, he also knew that Yang Yifan was obviously interested in Zhao Fian, and was treating him as a rival in love. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Yifan stepped forward and blocked the entrance. He laughed out loud and said, if you leave now, junior sister Fian will be the one who will be punished. You're a man, don't you have any sense of responsibility? Yi Xian's expression darkened when he heard this. Don't you think you're being a little too extreme? Yang Yifan was only pursuing Zhao Fian, but was rejected by her. Therefore, he had no choice but to take this extreme route, which was to make Zhao Fian hate him. Yi Xian suddenly recalled that when he was still a student, there was once a student who bullied a girl every single day. It wasn't because he was a slut, it was because he liked that girl. At first, that girl hated that guy, but he kept pestering her. After confessing his feelings, both of them became a loving couple. At that time, Yi Xian was almost blinded by what he saw. In order to get a girl, this guy was willing to do anything. Without a doubt, this Yang Yifan was the same. Fine, I won't leave. Yi Xian said in a cold manner. Since his true strength had been exposed, if he just left, he would only bring harm to Zhao Fian. Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded out from outside the courtyard. Why aren't you guys cultivating? Why are you all standing around here? Yang Yifan turned around and looked at the source of the voice. With a joyful expression, he said, Elder Lu, you're just in time. A divine core warrior has trespassed into the Heavenly Yuan sect. What? Where? The old voice was getting closer and closer, causing Yi Xian's expression to become extremely gloomy. An elder had arrived. This was going to be troublesome. Elder Lu, that man is here. Yang Yifan hastily stepped aside. Shortly after, Yi Xian saw an old man walk in. He looked at Yi Xian and said in shock, You are indeed not a disciple of my Sky Yuan sect. Kid, how dare you trespass into my Sky Yuan sect? Yi Xian paused for a moment. He recalled that Yang Yifan had said that he was the one who trespassed, and that Zhao Fian had not brought him in. From the looks of it, Yang Yifan was trying to help Zhao Fian get away with it. At the same time, he was trying to set a trap for Yi Xian. This Yang Yifan isn't a fool. He guessed that I wouldn't dare to reveal Fian. That's fine too. Yi Xian grinned and said, I only came in to look for someone. I have no other intentions. Please forgive me. I will leave now. Yang Yifan would not let Yi Xian leave just like that. He said in a mocking tone, Is the Sky Yuan sect your home? You injured me just now, and now you want to leave? Elder Lu's eyes flashed when he heard this. Trespassing into the Sky Yuan sect is a serious crime. How dare you injure people here? Kid, where did you come from? I don't belong to any sect. I'm just an independent cultivator, Yi Xian replied. He was not Yi Xian now, but Zhao Pan. Naturally, he could not reveal his identity. Since that's the case, just surrender yourself. I'll escort you to the law enforcement elder and let him decide. Elder Lu opened his hands. His withered palms were like the claws of an eagle, giving people a chill down their spines. He could also feel the Jindan essence in Yi Xian's body, which was not much weaker than his own. Hence, he could not let his guard down. At this moment, he was waiting for Yi Xian's next move. Should he resist, or should he surrender? It was impossible for them to surrender without putting up a fight. Thus, they could only resist. Boom! A thick Jindan essence suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body. However, he did not use this Jindan essence to attack. Instead, he channeled it into the ground. In an instant, a circle with a diameter of 1 meter appeared under his feet. Senior, if you can let me leave this circle, I will surrender, Yi Xian said slowly. Humph, what arrogance. Elder Lu was displeased. He took a step forward and slapped Yi Xian's shoulder with his claw. The sharp tip of his Jindan essence pierced into Yi Xian's shoulder, causing blood to gush out instantly. Following that, Elder Lu pulled, preparing to pull Yi Xian to the ground and eat the mud like a dog. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xian was as steady as a mountain. His feet did not move at all. You do have some ability. A strange look flashed across Elder Lu's eyes. He was an elder of the Sky Yuan sect. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he could not even handle a junior? Smack! A second palm landed on Yi Xian's shoulder. Elder Lu struck with both hands. However, Yi Xian still stood in the same spot, not moving at all. Elder Lu's face was ashen. Flustered and exasperated, he slapped Yi Xian's shoulder. He tried to send him flying. However, Yi Xian still stood there unscathed. Kid, you're courting death. Elder Lu was enraged. Jindan essence surged out of his body. He was about to flip out. Yi Xian sensed that his opponent had already gathered his Jindan essence on his right hand. It seemed that he was about to use an earth-level martial arts. Die! Elder Lu roared. He aimed a palm strike at Yi Xian's chest. However, before he could do so, a palm met his attack. Bam! A shockwave rolled out. Elder Lu's body flew backward and slammed heavily into the wall of the courtyard. What a joke! Going against Yi Xian's palm was courting death. Elder Lu? This scene caused all the others to be dumbfounded. This was a sect elder, a divine core sect elder, and he was sent flying by a young man? Where did this young man come from? How dare you injure a sect elder in the Heavenly Yuan sect? Kid, don't leave if you have the guts. After saying that, Yang Yifan turned around and left. But, after taking a few steps, he turned around and returned. Greetings, sect elder Yu. Yang Yifan cupped his fist respectfully. After that, Yi Xian saw a familiar figure. No, 2 familiar figures walking into the courtyard. Of course, one of them was Zhao Fian who had just left, and the other one shocked Yi Xian. This man was the Heavenly Yuan sect elder, Eugene, who had gone to Lianyan City 2 years ago to help the Lin family break off the engagement. I never thought that he would become a sect elder 2 years later. Initial mortal core realm. Although Yi Xian was surprised, he wasn't afraid. After all, with his disguise and mask, as long as he wasn't seen by those Earth Core warriors or those who were good at formations, it wouldn't be a problem. Big brother Zhao, are you injured? When Zhao Fian entered the courtyard, she immediately saw the bloodstains on Yi Xian's shoulders. She immediately ran over to him. I'm fine, it's just a small injury. Yi Xian replied with a smile. He could heal a small injury like this in just a few breaths of time. After Eugene entered the room, he looked at Elder Lu and asked, Elder Lu, what is going on? Elder Yu, this young man trespassed into the Heavenly Yuan sect, and he even injured someone. I wanted to capture him and hand him over to the sect elder, but... Elder Lu felt ashamed, and he didn't continue speaking. End of chapter. Chapter 253. Eugene turned around and rested his eyes on Yi Xian. He was pondering in his mind. He felt like he had seen Yi Xian before, but he couldn't remember anything related to him. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, compared to 2 years ago, not only had Yi Xian grown a lot taller, but his face had also matured a lot. Even if he didn't wear a disguise and stood here with a mask, Eugene probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. After all, the Yi Xian from 2 years ago was just a nobody, an ant. Compared to this divine core young man, he was just an ant. How could Eugene remember him? I asked Fian to bring this young man here. How can you say he's trespassing? Elder Lu, did you make a mistake? Eugene asked with a frown on his face. Elder Lu turned around and looked at Yang Yifan. The one who said Yi Xian was trespassing in the Heavenly Yuan sect was him. Yang Yifan hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Elder Yu, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. When I saw him in junior sister Fian's courtyard, I thought he was a thief, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Eugene. That's enough, all of you can leave now. Eugene knew Yang Yifan very well. Yang Yifan was a man who did whatever he wanted in the Heavenly Yuan sect just because his father was a sect elder. He was a man who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Furthermore, he had some ulterior motives towards Zhao Fian. Understood. Yang Yifan nodded his head respectfully, then he quickly left. Elder Lu's face was extremely embarrassed as well, and he quickly left as well. The group of disciples outside also dispersed one by one, and some even closed the door behind them. Right now, only Yi Xian, Eugene were left in the courtyard. Little brother, I've heard from Fian, thank you. Eugene cupped his fist towards Yi Xian and said. Senior is overpraising me. Yi Xian let out a laugh. Because he was wearing a mask, his smile was a little stiff. Eugene nodded his head satisfyingly. A genius like Yi Xian who had both strength and etiquette was his first choice for a disciple. I've heard from Fian that little brother wants to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle, right? Eugene asked again. That's right, Junior wants to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle to return to the central province. Yi Xian nodded his head. Heavenly Yuan sects, Heavenly Yuan sects, Heavenly Yuan sect, we don't yes. Yi Xian zzzz. Yi Xian paused for a moment. How could he be from the central continent? He was a disciple of the Soaring Sky Mansion and had never been to the central continent before. How could he know what kind of family there was in the central continent? Therefore, he could only smile and say, my family is small and not worth mentioning. Even though he said so, Eugene knew Yi Xian's name. Zhao Pan was from the Zhao clan. Him. You too. Is a return. But this old man wants to ask. Is little brother only cultivating in your family and not joining any other sect? Eugene asked again. No, I don't belong to any sect. Yi Xian shook his head. He suddenly remembered that he told Zhao Fian that he was a disciple of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As expected, Zhao Fian's expression changed. She was standing behind Eugene, so Eugene didn't notice. If that's the case, are you interested in joining my Heavenly Yuan sect? With your talent, my Heavenly Yuan sect will definitely nurture you into an Earth Core expert. Eugene went straight to the point. He saw that Yi Xian was very young, at most 25 years old. His talent was not bad. Yi Xian paused. He wasn't called Yi Xian now, but Zhao Pan. He could join the Soaring Heaven Mansion and change his identity after reaching his goal. However, this was truly too lacking in moral integrity. He shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness, senior. This junior is used to freedom and doesn't like to join sections. However, I do have a deal here. I wonder if you would be interested? Actually, his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Yuan sect wasn't that simple. Deal? Let's hear it. Eugene was obviously interested. He felt that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. How about this? This junior has 100 earth weapons and a type of elixir that can allow a peak true profound realm expert to directly condense Gene Dan. However, there are only 100 of them. I wonder if Senior has the ability to eat them? Yi Xian smiled. This was his purpose in joining the Heavenly Yuan sect. These things were all materials that he had obtained from Huiyang's cave. He could probably forge 100 earth artifacts. If he were to directly devour them, although it was also very popular, but it was definitely much less than the finished product. What? 100 earth weapons? Eugene was shocked. Furthermore, Zhao Fian had told him just now that she had directly condensed Jindan after consuming one of Yi Xian's elixirs. Not everyone could condense Jindan before the age of 25. With this elixir, the Heavenly Yuan sect could have at least 100 divine core warriors, as long as those disciples with poor aptitudes consumed it before their meridians were fixed. Little brother, are you sure you're not joking? Eugene was doubtful. Yi Xian smiled. He waved his hand, then 2 big boxes appeared in front of him. Within the boxes were exactly 100 earth weapons, nebula swords. To be honest, I was born in a family that refined weapons, and the reason I came to the Heavenly Yuan sect is to open up a trade route. I wonder if your sect is interested? If possible, I'll send you more earth weapons and Luyuan pills in the future. Yi Xian made up a story. Eugene swallowed a mouthful of saliva. More in the future? Earth weapons were not ordinary items, even the Heavenly Yuan sect didn't have many of them. If they wanted them, they would have to go to the central province to buy them. But the central province was a complicated place, and there were many superpowers that were stronger than the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Heavenly Yuan sect could only buy 1 or 2 at most, and they had to risk offending those superpowers. He didn't expect Yi Xian to come from a family that refined weapons, and come to the Heavenly Yuan sect with sincerity. This was a good thing. Little brother, how much do these earth weapons and Luyuan pills cost? Eugene tried asking. 100 earth weapons was not a small amount. An earth weapon costs 300,000 mid-rank crystals, a Luyuan pill costs 20,000 mid-rank crystals, and in the future, there will be mid-rank earth weapons and better pills. What do you think, Sect Elder Yu? Yi Xian raised his brows. Mid-rank earth weapons. Hearing this name, Eugene's eyes lit up. In the entire Heavenly Yuan sect, there was only one mid-rank earth weapon. This is a serious matter, I have to report this to the sect chief. Eugene didn't dare to make a decision on his own. However, 300,000 for an earth tool was considered cheap. The ones they had bought in the middle state were all around 400,000. Sure, but I don't trust other people. If your sect wants to make a deal, just let Sect Elder Yu be the representative. Please don't send an Earth Core warrior, or else I'll leave. Also, Sect Elder Yu, you can buy some Earth weapons first. This way, you'll have more confidence. Yi Xian said with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 254. Oh, it smells so good. Taper had a mace in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand. He was grinning happily. After waiting for so long, he could finally have a proper meal. After waiting for so long, he could finally fulfill one of his wishes. Voila! Voila! Jiang Xiaofan rubbed the monstrous toad lion head in his hand, making a series of soft sounds. He sat on the edge of the bed and watched the weapons in front of him let out a sigh of relief. Taper, don't forget what I told you. The taper nodded repeatedly. No problem. Leave this to me and the old man. Henju rolled his eyes. It's your food, it's none of my business. You say it like you didn't eat a lot of dawn. Taper laughed coldly and retorted. Jiang Xiaofan watched the two of them hurt each other with a smile. Then he raised his arms, stretched, and walked out of the room. Outside the room, it was still in the silence of the night. The sky was turning bright. Jiang Xiaofan walked out of the room. The three brothers also woke up early. The four of them looked at each other and smiled at each other. They had a tacit understanding. Today was a very important day for the royal city. The opening of the palace dwellers' underground dragon vein meant a group of powerful warriors would return in half a year. The spiritual power of the dragon vein was abundant, but it was also very unstable. It was fine for 1 or 2 people to cultivate near it, but a large group of hundreds of people would absorb a large amount of spiritual power from the dragon vein. It would cause the dragon vein to be very unstable. The dragon vein was the foundation of a country, the root of spiritual power. How could it be taken lightly? Usually, there were only 2 elders of the Long clan and 3 elders of the Bai clan who cultivated in the dragon vein. The rest of the people in the palace dwellers' pavilion were people without any foundation. To put it bluntly, they were useless people who could not cultivate. Only these people would not share the spiritual power with the 3 old men. Jiang Xiaofan brought the 3 brothers to wait outside the palace. Not long after, a group of people walked out of the palace. Looking over, it was none other than the current emperor, Long Tian. A few small palanquins followed behind the dragon sedan. Inside were Long Shi, Bai Chen, and the rest. Jiang Xiaofan was a little surprised by this lineup. Was Long Tian also going to the immortal abode to cultivate? Filled with doubts, everyone stopped in front of Jiang Xiaofan. As Long Tian's attendant shouted, "Alight the palanquin." The dragon sedan was lowered, the footstool was placed, and the curtains were lifted. That guy was really not particular. If Jiang Xiaofan was served like this, he would probably only feel fresh for 2 days at most. If he was asked to do this again, he would probably go crazy. Long Tian walked out of the palanquin. Long Shi and Bai Chen also walked down. Today, they were dressed in luxurious brocade robes and had light makeup on. The 2 little girls actually made their already handsome faces even more beautiful. A fat middle-aged man in a black robe accompanied Long Tian and walked towards Jiang Xiaofan. Just as he stood still, the man saw that Jiang Xiaofan actually did not bow and immediately reprimanded him angrily. "The emperor is benevolent. Why aren't you kneeling?" Jiang Xiaofan stood upright without a trace of fear on his face. This caused Long Shi and Bai Chen, who were not far away, to be flustered. There is gold under a man's knees. In this life, apart from the mother who gave birth to me, the father who raised me, the person who saved my life, and the person who taught me wisdom, I will kneel. I will never kneel to anyone else. Jiang Xiaofan replied firmly. The middle-aged man was about to teach Jiang Xiaofan a lesson when Long Tian raised his hand to stop him. As long as Shier's illness can be cured, I don't care about anything else. The moment he said that, Bai Chen and Long Shi behind him heaved a long sigh of relief. However, there was one person present who was extremely displeased, the middle-aged man in black. Jiang Xiaofan had never added him, but his name was like thunder to the ears. There was a token on his waist that was engraved with golden inscriptions. The token shone with a golden glow and contained a high amount of dragon gold. It was even comparable to the City King's sword. There was only one person in the imperial capital who had such a token, Mi Yan, the current prime minister of the imperial capital. It was also this man who was notorious in Jiang Xiaofan's eyes. It was because of him that the northern borderline had become so rotten. Long Tian took a small step forward and looked at Jiang Xiaofan with a smile. "I know that you are very capable. I also know that the Imperial Equipment Department and the Imperial Medicine Department have achieved great results during the day and evening yesterday. They have changed the military strength of my northern borderline. However, I don't care about that. You just need to tell me, can you cure Shier's illness?" Jiang Xiaofan grinned. "I'm not sure, but I think I should be able to cure her." Jiang Xiaofan shrugged and continued to spin the walnut in his hand. His tone was light, as if he didn't see this matter as important. This reaction made Long Tian frown. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, "You must cure Shier. Otherwise, I will make you fall as hard as I can make you climb." I have my reasons for taking the initiative to suggest going to the Immortal Mansion. If you don't believe me, why did you agree to open the Immortal Mansion in advance? Jiang Xiaofan said calmly. Today, he was originally waiting for Bai Chen and Long Shi to go to the Immortal Mansion. However, Long Tian had come and brought along Mi Yan, who made him jealous and disgusted. His words were so harsh, and he still wanted to be nice? Pfft. Half a year later, I want to see Sheer walk out of the immortal mansion alive and well and come to the palace. If she is missing even a single hair on her head, I will use your head to punish you." Long Tian flicked his sleeves and glared at Jiang Xiaofan. These members of the royal family were so stupid. In their eyes, anyone could be as lowly as an ant. This made Jiang Xiaofan very angry. Jiang Xiaofan would feel disgusted as long as there was such discrimination. Bai Chen did not put on any airs as a princess. Although Long she was arrogant and eccentric, she had a good upbringing. Jiang Xiaofan did not know how Long Tian was a father. He was simply an incapable ruler. He allowed eunuchs to strengthen themselves in the court and treated the lives of others as nothing. This kind of ruler would sooner or later die in his own extravagance and indulgence. Long Tian stood for a while, but Jiang Xiaofan did not pay attention to him. At this time, he slowly said, "If you can cure Sheer, it will be a great merit. I can promote you to the Golden Armor Imperial Guard. There are hundreds of families in the northern borderline. The Jiang family moved out of the imperial capital a few hundred years ago and has probably always wanted to come back. If you can cure Sheer, I can give you all these." Jiang Xiaofan snorted coldly and said, "Deal." Golden Armor Imperial Guard? Moved out of the imperial capital? Jiang Xiaofan was not interested in any of these. He was a person who liked to cure princesses. Well, no one could escape the law of fragrance. After watching Long Tian leave, Bai Chen quickly walked up to him. She said angrily, "Big bastard, you are crazy. You dare to contradict the emperor. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? What's there to be afraid of? It's not like I haven't died before." He was someone who had died once. He was not afraid of death. Did these powerful people want to threaten him? Sorry, he did not fall for it. He was a person who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If you were strong, you could be strong. If you gave him half a point, he would lose. But if you were to act coquettishly with a cute girl, the rich would give money, and the powerful would give officials, then everyone would still be good friends. This was the principle. "Master, you are so amazing. Sheer likes you more and more." Long she had never seen anyone who dared to contradict her father like this. If not for Jiang Xiaofan, she would never have seen this scene in her life. Where else could she find such a manly man? At this moment, Wei Qing also walked forward. This time, he followed Bai Chen to the immortal abode to cultivate. He glanced at Jiang Xiaofan and did not say anything. He only sighed in his heart. Jiang Xiaofan was a sharp blade. If used well, he could make the imperial capital prosperous and peaceful. If not, he could cause chaos in the northern border. Jiang Xiaofan opened his hands. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He took out a medicine bag from his chest and handed it to Bai Chen. "Chen, these are the elixirs I refined for you. There is an entire year's supply inside. You and Senior Wei Qing will cultivate in the immortal abode. Eat one every day. If you are lucky, it is not impossible for you to break through the shackles." Bai Chen caught the elixir. If someone else said this, she would not believe it. How could there be such a miraculous elixir in this world? However, since Jiang Xiaofan said it, she believed it without a doubt. "Master, have you forgotten about me?" Long she stood beside Jiang Xiaofan and pouted. Jiang Xiaofan reached out and patted her head gently. "Forget about you? In the next 6 months, we will be together. I can forget anyone but you." Then, the 7 of them walked towards the East City Gate. At this moment, Yi Yi and Yi Hao were waiting with over 100 imperial guards. The cultivators heading to the immortal mansion arrived in 2s and 3s. There was no need to mention the selectors. The 20 bureaucrats were basically some high-ranking officials. Everyone knew that. As for the relatives of the emperor, they were basically people from the Long family and the Bai family. These people from the Long family had cold expressions. They probably thought that they were of high status and were used to being arrogant. On the other hand, the Bai family was very different. It could be seen that King Pingwei, the head of the Bai family, definitely had good management. Seeing Jiang Xiaofan, Yi Hao walked over and said, "You're quite early." "Of course. If I was late, my intestines would be green with regret." Jiang Xiaofan replied with a smile. Yi Hao patted Jiang Xiaofan on the shoulder and said, "Brother, when you come out in half a year, you will probably be very different. I have to wish you good luck in advancing to the peak of the Martial King realm." "Ha ha ha, thank you for your auspicious words. Everyone is here." Yi Yi was holding a list in his hand. After checking everyone's identity, he called out. Then, everyone set foot on the road to the immortal mansion. All the stories were about to unfold again. No one knew what was waiting for Jiang Xiaofan ahead. This was fate. P.S. Well, the second volume of the Super Devouring System has finally come to an end. Next is the third volume. I still have to think about what to write. Everyone will know tomorrow. Also, there are people urging me to update. I have been really busy during this period. Since I promised to update at the end of the month, I will definitely update at the end of the month. Let's set the last 7 days at the end of the month and add one more update per day. What do you think? If I can stabilize my new job next month, I will keep up with double or even 10,000 updates. Let's wait and see. Love you guys, moi. Chapter 255. I'll buy as much as you have. Don't worry, I'll buy them at the market price. Yi Xian replied. He had used up all the materials from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and the Supreme Elder had personally gone to the central province to purchase them. This was a great opportunity for him, of course he wouldn't miss it. Hearing this, Eugene immediately turned around and looked at Lin Shui. He couldn't make the decision on this matter. Elder Yu, go to the weapon refining hall and bring me all the materials. Lin Shui immediately said. All right, I'll go now. Eugene nodded, then he disappeared in a flash. After he left, Lin Shui once again said, Young Master Zhao, this might take some time, why don't I show you around? Oh. Sure. Yi Xian said with a smile, then he turned around and said, Fian, remember to cultivate well. Big brother Zhao, I will. Zhao Fian nodded her head seriously. After that, Yi Xian followed behind Lin Shui and left. All the surrounding disciples were stunned by what they saw. Who was Lin Shui? She was the disciple of the Sky Yuan sect chief. She was only 17 years old, but she had already broken through to the mortal core realm. She was a super genius who had the potential to surpass the sect chief and break through to the heavenly core realm. Immediately, all the disciples looked at Yi Xian with envy, including Yang Yifan. Lin Shui ignored the stares from the other disciples. She brought Yi Xian around the Sky Yuan sect. Yi Xian followed along with a carefree mood. As a disciple of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he was treated as a VIP by the Sky Yuan sect, and he even had a peerless beauty as his tour guide. TSK, I wonder what kind of expression the Sky Yuan sect chief will have when he finds out who I am? Yi Xian was enjoying himself because his disguise was perfect. Even Lin Shui and Eugene couldn't see through his disguise. They would never have thought that the trash from all those years ago would really come to the Sky Yuan sect. Young Master Zhao, what's wrong? Lin Shui, who was standing beside him, asked when she saw the smile on Yi Xian's face. Nothing. Oh right, Miss Lin, when did you join the Sky Yuan sect? Yi Xian's face changed the topic. Lin Shui was taken aback. She smiled and explained, Shui grew up in the heavenly Yuan sect. When Yi Xian heard this, he frowned slightly. But in the next moment, he remembered that people like them could not casually reveal their families. In the future, if any of their enemies found out about this, they would kill their way back to the profound Sun Empire's Lianyan city. Then, the Yi family and the Lin family would become hostages. I see. Yi Xian nodded his head and said, Miss Shui is so outstanding, and you've already broken through to the mortal core realm at such a young age. I'm sure Miss Shui's husband is also very outstanding, right? Lin Shui was shocked again. She blushed and shook her head. I'm not married. You don't have anyone in mind either? Yi Xian asked. No, master told me to focus on my cultivation. Shui continued to shake her head. That's right. Miss Shui's future achievements will definitely not be low. Ordinary people definitely won't be a match for her. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness. Young Master Zhao, you must be joking. Lin Shui gently smiled and said, but what about you, young Master Zhao? Yi Xian suddenly had an idea in his mind. He smiled and said, I'm the same as you, I don't have anyone in mind. But what? Lin Shui asked curiously. Miss Shui, do you believe in love at first sight? Yi Xian turned his head with a faint smile on his face. This question had stumped Lin Shui. Love at first sight? When Lin Shui heard this word, her entire body trembled. Yi Xian must have some other meaning when he mentioned this word. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to junior sister Fei Yan, or someone else on the road, or even me? Lin Shui muttered in her mind. But when she saw Yi Xian's eyes, she immediately understood. When Yi Xian said love at first sight, he was probably referring to her. Young Master Zhao, I don't understand what you mean. Lin Shui pretended to shake her head. Pretend, you're still pretending. Yi Xian muttered in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled and said, actually, when I first saw you, I already fell in love with you. Miss Shui, I wonder if you can give me a chance. Don't worry. Although my realm is lower than yours, the wheel of fortune changes. I'll definitely catch up in the future. As expected. When Lin Shui heard this, her heart immediately trembled. This Zhao Pan really did take a fancy to her. She originally thought that Zhao Pan would be different from the others. However, she didn't expect that she had also misjudged him. Young Master Zhao, you must be joking. Young Master Zhao's family's strength in the central province is definitely not inferior to the Heaven Yuan sect. Shui is not worthy of you. Lin Shui immediately shook her head. Who said that? If I can marry Miss Shui, those old men in my family will definitely be overjoyed. I actually came to the Heaven Yuan sect this time for you. Miss Shui, please give me a chance. Yi Xian said shamelessly. This, Lin Shui was in a dilemma. She wasn't a little girl and wouldn't believe such lies. She thought that Yi Xian was just fooling around. However, Yi Xian's identity was mysterious. Not many families in the central province could take out 100 earth weapons at once. She was afraid that if she rejected Yi Xian would be angry and give up on the cooperation with the Heaven Yuan sect. Young Master Zhao, this is the first time you've met Shui. Shui doesn't know young Master Zhao very well, so I'm afraid Shui can't agree. However, young Master Zhao can stay in the Heaven Yuan sect and make a decision after we get to know each other better. As Lin Shui spoke, she secretly sized up Yi Xian. Sure enough, when she finished speaking, Yi Xian's face had already darkened. What a delaying tactic. Do you take me for a fool? Using me as a spare tire, Yi Xian thought to himself. He immediately shouted coldly, Miss Shui, do you know what the consequences of rejecting me are? I know. Young Master Zhao may give up on the cooperation with the Heaven Yuan sect. Lin Shui nodded. Then why did you reject me in front of my face? I, Zhao Pan, don't have much patience. Yi Xian pretended to be very angry as he spoke. Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, then said, since young Master Zhao is so determined, then Shui can only return the earth weapons and Luyuan pills. This answer was out of Yi Xian's expectations. He didn't expect Lin Shui to have such a temper and dare to reject him. However, he was only joking just now. She wanted him to return the earth crystals. No way. Ha ha ha, Miss Shui is indeed not an ordinary person. I was only joking just now. I hope Miss Shui won't take it to heart. Yi Xian immediately laughed. Hearing this, Lin Shui put away her serious expression and smiled sweetly. Shui was only joking with young Master Zhao. However, young Master Zhao does look like someone I know. Yi Xian frowned slightly, then said, Are you sure it's me who looks like him and not the other way around? Shui misspoke. Lin Shui hurriedly apologized. End of chapter. Chapter 256. Forget it. Who is that person? How does he look like me? Yi Xian asked curiously. Lin Shui suddenly realized that she had said something wrong and quickly explained, He's just a friend of mine. But I can't say who he is, so please forget about it. This time, Yi Xian did not ask further. He guessed that the person Lin Shui was talking about was probably him. Damn, this woman's sixth sense was too strong. However, Yi Xian was very curious. If Lin Shui knew his true identity, would she cut him with her sword? Lin Shui then led him around for a while before they returned to Zhao Fian's courtyard. At this time, Eugene was already waiting there. Little brother, there are a total of 50 sets of forging materials here. Eugene saw Yi Xian and quickly said. Thank you, Elder Yu. As Yi Xian said, he took out a bag of crystals from the Devour space. The forging materials of Earth-grade weapons were much cheaper than the finished products. One set was only about 40,000 mid-grade crystals. 50 sets were equivalent to 2 million mid-grade crystals and 200 top-grade crystals. However, Yi Xian only needed to spend 1 Devour point to forge 50 Earth-grade weapons. If he gave them to the Sky Yuan sect, they would be worth 1,500 top-grade crystals. It was a huge profit. If that's the case, then I won't stay any longer. Elder Yu, Miss Shui, farewell. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the two of them. Young Master Zhao, don't you want to stay for a few more days? Lin Shui frowned and asked softly. No, I still have important matters to attend to. As Yi Xian said, he turned to Zhao Fian and said, Fian, remember to cultivate well. Don't slack off. Big brother Zhao, I will. Zhao Fian nodded obediently. Little brother, the Sky Thunder Eagle is ready. Please follow me. Then, Eugene led Yi Xian away. Yi Xian was secretly laughing on this trip. This infiltration operation was too perfect. Not only did he earn a lot of crystals, but he also met Lin Shui, and was even more excited. Most importantly, these people did not discover his disguise and were completely kept in the dark by him. The three of them personally sent off Yi Xian. Yi Xian greeted them and left on his heavenly thunder eagle. After he left, a figure landed beside Lin Shui. Shui. What about that brat? A middle-aged man asked. He was the sect leader of the Sky Yuan sect, Mo Zian. Although he has just broken through to the mortal core realm, his strength is unfathomable. I don't think he is any weaker than me. Lin Shui commented. That can't be. You are ranked second on the heavenly Yuan list. Even Wang Chuanshan lost to you. How could that brat be 3 ranks higher than him? Mo Zian asked in disbelief. Master, maybe I was mistaken. Lin Shui shook her head and took out the 2 boxes of earthly weapons. Mo Zian opened the box and took out an earth-grade treasure sword to test it out. It's really excellent. The creator is Yi Xian? Mo Zian murmured when he saw the name on the hilt of the nebula sword. However, when Lin Shui heard the name, the other 3 couldn't help but tremble. Yi Xian. It was actually Yi Xian. Shui, what's wrong? Mo Zian looked at Lin Shui, in surprise. It should be someone with the same name. Lin Shui looked at Eugene and shook her head. There were too many people with the name Yi Xian. There were 2 in the Sky Yuan sect, so he didn't think too much about it. Behind them, when Zhao Fian heard the name, she suddenly took out the nebula sword and looked at it. Sure enough, there was a name on the hilt. Yi Xian. However, she didn't dare say anything and quickly put away the weapon. Mo Zian checked the 100 Earth-grade treasures and Luyuan pills and laughed wildly. He looked at Zhao Fian and said, "Little girl, you've done a great job. Tell me, how did you know him?" Zhao Fian was shocked. After thinking for a while, she replied, "Sect Master, I went down the mountain with my senior brothers and sisters to do a training mission. Suddenly, we encountered a beast wave, so I was separated from them. When I was in danger, it was Big Brother Zhao who saved me, so that's how it is." "Not bad, not bad. I heard that there will be more mid-grade Earth-grade treasures in the future. This kid's identity is not ordinary." Mo Zian didn't suspect anything and smiled. However, at this time, suddenly, a few black figures flew over from the horizon. Mo Zian looked and said, "Thunder Eagles, they've returned. How's the harvest?" The four of them stood in place and watched the Thunder Eagles quickly approach. Half a minute later, 3 Thunder Eagles landed on the ground. "Sect Master." A disciple quickly ran in front of Mo Zian. "What's wrong? You look so serious. Where's Wang Chuanshan and Shihang?" Mo Zian asked curiously. More than 30 Divine Core warriors were sent out this time, and Wang Chuanshan was the leader of the group, an Earth Core warrior. Therefore, there shouldn't be any accidents. Hearing this question, all the disciples looked at each other. After that, one of them took out something. It was a coffin. "Sect Master, Senior Disciple Wang is dead, and Senior Disciple Shi is missing," the disciple reported. "What?" Mo Zian cried out in shock. He widened his eyes and couldn't believe what he just heard. "What did you just say? Wang Chuanshan is dead?" The disciple immediately opened the coffin. Inside the coffin was Wang Chuanshan's dead body. Mo Zian quickly checked the body, and he found out that Wang Chuanshan died because his head was pierced through. "This is the aura of the green nether bird. What happened? Tell me everything," Mo Zian shouted. There were only 2 Earth Core warriors in the Heavenly Yuan sect, and one of them was Wang Chuanshan. Both of them had the potential to break through to the Heavenly Core realm in the future, but no one expected that they would die here. The disciple hurriedly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Huiyang Cave, Soaring Heaven Mansion, Yi Xian, a fist-sized celestial bluestone? Mo Zian was shocked. A fist-sized celestial bluestone? Not only that, Lin Shui, Eugene, and Zhao Fian were also shocked. "Yi Xian, why was it Yi Xian again?" "Sect Master, I'm not hiding anything from you. Yi Xian chased after Senior Disciple Wang, and when we caught up with them, we found Senior Disciple Wang's dead body, but Yi Xian was nowhere to be found," the disciple said in a serious manner. "Yi Xian, why is he also called Yi Xian?" Mo Zian murmured to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something, then he quickly turned around and asked, "Fian, where did you see that Zhao Pan?" Zhao Fian was worried just now, but after being stared at by Mo Zian, she immediately cried out in fear and answered in a timid manner, "It was under a canyon." Mo Zian turned around again and asked, "Is there a canyon nearby?" "Yes, there is one, but we just glanced at it from the top of the Heavenly Thunderbird, we didn't go down." The disciple nodded. Many readers are saying that Yuluo is even slower, and Yuluo says that she's not slow anymore. But, Yuluo will try her best. I haven't left the house for half a month, and I'm prepared to not leave the house for 3 months. Thank you everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 257. Could it be that this Zhao Pan is Yi Xian? Those earth tools were all made by this Yi Xian? Mo Zian thought to himself, then he asked again, where did the heavenly blue stone go? Is it in Yi Xian's hands? This disciple is not sure. After we found senior brother Wang's body, we rode the heavenly thunder eagle and returned. The disciple shook his head. Mo Zian gritted his teeth. A fist-sized heavenly blue stone was priceless. If the heavenly Yuan sect could get it, their strength would definitely increase by 2 levels, and they might even become the overlord of the heavenly water continent. He thought for a moment, then he ordered everyone to ride a heavenly thunder eagle and chase after Yi Xian. Lin Shui, and Eugene looked at each other, then they followed. After a while, more than 30 heavenly thunder eagles flew out of the heavenly Yuan sect. This was almost all of the heavenly thunder eagles in the sect. No matter what, they had to get the heavenly blue stone. Yi Xian was their only clue. Chase. Just as the heavenly Yuan sect was making a big fuss, Yi Xian had already flown in another direction. Soaring Heaven Mansion was in the eastern region, while the heavenly Yuan sect was in the southern region. Therefore, after he left the heavenly Yuan sect, he was flying northeast. However, not long after he left the heavenly Yuan sect, he saw 3 heavenly thunder eagles flying back to the sect. Besides, he had seen all the people on these 3 heavenly thunder eagles before. This almost scared him to death. He quickly commanded the heavenly thunder eagle to fly away at full speed, and he even changed directions. If those people guessed his identity, they would definitely chase after him in the direction of Soaring Heaven Mansion. Therefore, he couldn't just fly towards Soaring Heaven Mansion, he had to take a detour. Right at this moment, on the back of the heavenly thunder eagle. Luckily I ran fast enough, or else I would have been caught. Let's not worry about that for now, I need to return to the initial mortal core realm first. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he immediately devoured all the crystals. Ding! The host has broken through to the initial mortal core realm. His strength had been restored. The 3,000 high-ranked crystals had given him more than 300 billion devouring points, helping him return to the initial mortal core realm. But too bad, the heavenly thunder eagle was only at the early true profound realm, and its speed wasn't fast. For safety's sake, he decided to travel by himself. He ordered the heavenly thunder eagle to land, then he said eagle, fly to the west, fly for a day, fly back to the heavenly Yuan sect. Yuanzong, do you understand? The heavenly thunder eagle nodded as if it understood. Then, it flew towards the central region. As for Yi Xian himself, he headed in the direction of the soaring sky mansion. At this time, he was also going all out, directly using the middle-grade earth-level martial arts to hurry on with his journey. Because the heavenly Yuan sect was not a was heavenly Yuan Xian. There was. But, there were many obstacles along the way. For example, there were cliffs, valleys, and many other things. There were also many spirit beasts and Xian beasts along the way. He estimated that if he were to travel at full speed, it would take him at least a week. The sky was getting dark, but Yi Xian didn't stop his footsteps. For others, it was night time, and there were many spirit beasts and Xian beasts roaming around. But, for Yi Xian, this was the perfect time to travel. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use this night to completely escape from the heavenly Yuan sect. Of course, he didn't know if the heavenly Yuan sect was chasing after him, it was just a precaution. But, right at this moment. Aoo. 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 A series of roars could be heard from the forest. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He found a few creatures a few hundred meters away. More spirit beasts? Don't come looking for me, or I'll kill you all. Yi Xian thought to himself. He continued to travel in a straight line, but in the next moment, his eyebrows furrowed, and his feet stopped moving. He could feel that these 3 creatures were running towards him, and their speed shocked him. Xian beasts? Yi Xian stopped moving, then he took out the 8 desolate sword and popped a pill into his mouth. In just 2 breaths of time, they had closed the distance of a few hundred meters. These 3 Xian beasts weren't ordinary Xian beasts. If they weren't fast Xian beasts, then they must be high-level Xian beasts. Roar! When these 3 Xian beasts got close to Yi Xian, they slowed down. They let out deep roars and slowly walked towards Yi Xian. Wolves, Yi Xian guessed the species of these 3 Xian beasts. At the same time, according to their speed just now, he had a rough estimate. These 3 profound beasts were at least as strong as profound beasts at the late mortal core realm. They were all very strong. He never thought that he would be able to meet such high-level Xian beasts. It was a pleasant surprise. "You three, come at me together." Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword and said slowly. A wolf's senses were very sensitive. Although Yi Xian was only at the initial mortal core realm, these 3 Xian beasts could clearly sense that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary Xian beasts. But they could understand Yi Xian's words. They immediately let out deep roars and pounced towards him. "Humph, free experience points." Yi Xian sneered, then he unleashed the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate sword, wind slaughter formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 8 sharp blades spun at high speed and chopped off the heads of these 3 demon wolves. After that, they reformed into the 8 desolate sword. Just 3 demon wolves at the late mortal core realm, how dare they cause trouble for me? Yi Xian coldly harumphed in his mind, then he devoured the 3 corpses. Ding, the host has devoured a Xian beast's corpse, the reward is 30 billion devouring points. Ding, the host has devoured a Xian beast's inner core, the reward is 100 billion devouring points. A late mortal core demon wolf had 130 billion devouring points, this was out of Yi Xian's expectations. 3 corpses, that was nearly 40 million devouring points, and it had already surpassed the profit he made when he was selling earth tools in the Heavenly Yuan sect. After devouring the corpses, Yi Xian's inner core had become much stronger. But there was still a huge gap between him and the late mortal core realm. This time, he had made a huge profit. 3 late mortal core demon beasts would never appear in this place. After all, this was the Heavenly Yuan sect's territory. After a sect was established, they would go out and hunt these high-ranked Xian beasts every once in a while, in order to prevent their disciples from being killed. It was pure luck that he was able to encounter them. But fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Right after the 3 corpses were devoured, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Thunderhawk? It caught up with us? Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly hid himself with the shadow leopard's innate ability. However, this was of no use. "Young Master Zhao, I know you're here, come out." A gentle voice sounded out from the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 258. "Young Master Zhao, I know you're here, come out now." When Yi Xian heard this voice, his body trembled violently. Wasn't this Lin Shua's voice? No wonder she was able to catch up to me, it's a mortal core heavenly thunderhawk. Yi Xian glanced at the heavenly thunderhawk in the sky, and he noticed that it was a few times bigger than the one he was riding before. He didn't say anything, and just quietly left. Perhaps it was the noise he made just now that attracted Lin Shua's attention. "Yi Xian, all 5 Earth Core warriors from the Heavenly Yuan sect are here, and there are also 10 Divine Core Heavenly Thunderhawks. You won't be able to escape, come out now." Lin Shua's voice echoed throughout the sky. So, she really did figure out my identity. Yi Xian thought to himself. But he wasn't sure if Lin Shua had figured out that he was the Yi Xian who stole the celestial stone, or the Yi Xian from Lianyan City. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't respond, Lin Shua continued, "Yi Xian, if you hand over the celestial stone, I'll ask my master to spare you since we're from the same place." This girl is pretty smart, looks like she knows that I was tricking her just now. Yi Xian thought to himself, but he wasn't that stupid. A fist-sized celestial stone was worth more than all the other 4 regions combined. Even if he said he didn't have it, the Heavenly Yuan sect would never believe him, and they would only think that he had hidden the celestial stone. In simple words, if he was caught, he would die a horrible death. Therefore, the only option was to run. The Heavenly Thunder Hawk that this girl is riding on is a profound beast, it can even catch up with me when I'm running at full speed. I have to kill her. Yi Xian was still thinking. Right at this moment, a firework suddenly appeared in the sky. Bang! Yi Xian's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Damn it, there's still a signal." He couldn't hide any longer. If more people came, he would have nowhere to run, and he had to end this as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he took out an earth-rank bow and arrow and started shooting. Mid-rank earth-rank martial skill, fire dragon arrow. Huff huff. A long fiery serpent shot out from the ground. In an instant, it crossed 100 meters and hit the divine core heavenly thunder hawk. Immediately, two figures flew out from the sky. Lin Shuai was a late mortal core warrior, so of course he wouldn't fall to his death. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with her. He took out some things from his universe ring. They were human-shaped guardian puppets. Run in all directions, don't stop. Yi Xian used his Jindan essence to activate these peak true profound realm guardian puppets. In an instant, they dispersed in a hubbub. These were just his cover. Our whereabouts have already been exposed. They will definitely rush over here and chase after the soaring sky mansion. Since that's the case, I'll use reverse thinking and run back. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he abruptly turned around. Relying on his advanced shadow leopard bloodline, he was completely hidden in the shadows. He also had an advanced concealment pearl on him. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't discover him. TSK, you think you can catch me with just you? Yi Xian sneered in his mind. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. As long as he could shoot down these heavenly thunder hawks one by one, he would be much safer. Without hesitation, he took out his earth-rank bow and shot at them. Countless fiery serpents shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 4 heavenly thunder hawks in the sky were all dead. At the same time, Yi Xian had exposed his location. But, so what? Cracking sounds kept coming from his surroundings. The guardian puppets he used to distract his enemies were all destroyed. He just stood there quietly, hiding in the darkness. After a while, a few people gathered around him. Strange, where is he? A disciple asked in surprise. But, before he could finish his sentence, a black figure suddenly appeared behind them and knocked them out. At the same time, the black figure also stole their storage rings. Right at this moment, another figure quickly approached him. Yi Xian, I know you're nearby. This gentle voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Without a doubt, it was Lin Shuai. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to her. He sneaked up to her and slapped her chest. At the same time, he forced a pill into her mouth. The same method he used to kidnap Song Suijing was used again today. But this time, the poison was a bit expensive. It cost 100 billion devour points. Yi Xian felt a huge pain in his heart. This qi-dispersing pill was specially made to deal with the qi-dispersing pill. A late mortal core warrior was able to quickly deplete the enemy's core energy. After injecting the qi-dispersing pill into Lin Shuai's body, Yi Xian immediately grabbed her and asked with a smile, "How did you recognize me?" "I sent someone back to Lianyan City. They said you weren't in the Profound Sun Empire, and there were many peak true Profound Realm puppets. So, I guessed you must have entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion." Lin Shuai told him her guess. After Yi Xian heard what she said, he smiled and said, "You're really smart. But, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the mortal core realm in just 2 years. No wonder you broke off the engagement and embarrassed me. It wasn't my idea to break off the engagement. I also didn't expect you to come to the Heavenly Yuan sect." Lin Shuai continued, "What you fed me just now was a pill that could quickly deplete my core energy, right? You wanted to capture me and use me to escape back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion? I wanted to go back directly, but you guys kept chasing after me. So, I had no choice but to kidnap your ex-fiancé." Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. "Do you think you can do it?" Lin Shuai suddenly said something that didn't make sense. Yi Xian was surprised, but in the next second, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The core energy in Lin Shuai's body should have been completely depleted by the qi-dispersing pill. Why was there still some? Furthermore, it was even denser than before. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed. Although he reacted quickly, he was still hit in the chest by a small hand and was sent flying. How is this possible? Yi Xian shouted out in disbelief. Why was Lin Shui still able to use her core energy? Could it be that the qi dispersing pill had expired? I'm sorry to disappoint you. Inside my Dantian, other than a mortal core, there is also an earth core. I broke through the mortal core realm a long time ago and broke through to the earth core realm. But, my teacher said I was advancing too quickly, so she sealed my earth core and told me to continue strengthening my foundation. Lin Shui slowly explained. Now, Yi Xian finally understood. It wasn't because the devouring system was fake, it was because Lin Shui was an earth core warrior. Damn it, a 17-year-old earth core warrior. Your talent has indeed surprised me. But, do you really think you can defeat me just because you've just broken through to the earth core realm? Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword. I never thought you would break through to the initial mortal core realm in less than a day. But, there is still a gap of 2 levels between us. If you want to leave, then we'll have to see what you have. Lin Shui also took out a weapon. End of chapter. Chapter 259. Your master is really good to you. He gave you his only mid-rank earth weapon. Come, let me see what you've got. Right after the words left their mouths, the 2 figures dashed towards each other. Immediately, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from the forest. Lin Shui was at the earth core realm, while Yi Xian was at the initial mortal core realm. Their core energies were 2 levels apart. Although Yi Xian had the help of the Sword Emperor bloodline, it would be hard for him to gain the upper hand in a head-on clash. If he wanted to win, there were 2 ways to do it. The first was to fight a battle of attrition. He would exchange his devour points for pills. But, it would be a waste of time, and it would cause too much of a commotion. It would be a tragedy if another Earth Core warrior was attracted here. The second was to use his physique. The third was to use the 2 moves of the 8 desolate sword. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and in the end, he decided to use his physique to gain the upper hand. When the battle began, both of them started using their signature moves. Heavenly Star Sword Style, Falling Stars. Heavenly Star Sword Style, Falling Stars. It was unknown when Yi Xian had taken out another sword. It was the mid-grade earth artifact that he obtained from Shi Heng's universe ring. He struck out with both hands, and hundreds of stars shot out in an instant. Lin Shui wasn't someone to be trifled with either. She waved the sword in one hand, and countless sword shadows appeared. Not only did she knock down all the stars, she also took the opportunity to counterattack Yi Xian. Yi Xian's physique was strong, and his attack speed was fast. He was able to make up for the difference in cultivation level. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out as both of them continued to attack each other. Luckily, Yi Xian had the help of the Sword Emperor bloodline, or else he would be the one at a disadvantage. He is also using an Earth rank martial skill. Why is he able to tie with me? After 3 rounds, Lin Shui was very surprised. She could see that the weapon in Yi Xian's hand was extraordinary, but Yi Xian was 2 levels lower than her. She didn't dare to use a mid-rank Earth rank martial skill because she was afraid that she would accidentally kill Yi Xian. But now, it seemed like her worries were unnecessary. Yi Xian was the same. The ancestor of the Lin family was the sister of the ancestor of the Yi family. Both families had some blood ties, and he didn't want to accidentally kill Lin Shui. The 2 of them thought of the same thing at the same time, but that was before. Next, it was time to play for real. Lin Shui suddenly leaped high into the air. With a wave of her right hand, her Dan essence split into 100, transforming into countless icicles that pierced towards Yi Xian. This move was a bit similar to Yi Xian's rain of arrows, but its power was 100 times stronger. But after seeing Yi Xian's ability, she felt that she had underestimated Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already condensed a large sword that was 10 meters long. With a casual wave of his hand, he blocked the icicles. Little girl from the Lin family, I'm going to show you how powerful I am. After Yi Xian finished speaking coldly, 3 muffled sounds rang out from his body. Explode technique, explode all 3 orifices. As long as 4 orifices didn't explode, the explode technique wouldn't have too many side effects. In an instant, Yi Xian's Dan essence surged. He held his greatsword and slashed at Lin Shui. If she couldn't dodge in time, she would be cut in half. Pung! Lin Shui, who was in the air, twisted her waist and stomped her feet into the air. She quickly descended and dodged the slash. But when her feet touched the ground, she was shocked to see Yi Xian's greatsword slashing down again. This time, it was twice as fast as before. Oh no! Lin Shui's expression changed. Yi Xian went easy on her earlier slash. But this time, Yi Xian did the same. Pung! The greatsword slashed at Lin Shui's side. Lin Shui was shocked. But when she felt the sword vibrate violently, she immediately jumped to the side. But she was still one step too late. 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword, sonic boom. Boom! The greatsword shattered. His Dan essence instantly spread out. The impact directly hit Lin Shui and sent her flying. But the impact was child's play. The most important thing was the sound that reverberated through the sky. Lin Shui had never seen this kind of martial art before. Naturally, she wouldn't focus her Dan essence on her ears. The deafening sound instantly entered her head and shook her consciousness. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have no choice but to use this trump card. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He quickly rushed over and caught Lin Shui. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he wouldn't have used this move. Firstly, it would consume too much energy. Secondly, it would cause too much of a commotion. These were the 2 reasons. Thirdly, after using this move, others would be on guard. If they used their Dan essence to protect their ears, the effect would be greatly reduced. But he had no choice. If he didn't use this move, would he have to use the 8 Desolation Wind Formation? Wouldn't that cut Lin Shui into pieces? Lin Shui, who was on the verge of fainting from the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword, was pressed to the ground by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian took out 2 ropes and tied Lin Shui's hands and feet tightly. Elementary Immortal Binding Rope. It can stop the circulation of Dan essence. You haven't refined your body. Let's see how you can break free. Yi Xian said coldly. He put away Lin Shui's Qian Kuan ring and carried her away. As he ran, he checked and found that there were many good things in Lin Shui's Qian Kuan ring. What surprised him was that the 100 earth weapons and 100 Luyuan pills were also in it. This was the will of the heavens. It was a pity that these things were refined by him and couldn't be devoured. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune. Half a minute later, Lin Shui completely woke up. Just now, she had been in a daze and felt like she had been jolted. When she woke up, she realized that she was actually in Yi Xian's embrace. Immediately, a gush of Dan essence gushed out. But in the next moment, she was shocked to find that her Dan essence couldn't flow to her palm. What is this? Lin Shui asked subconsciously. Cut the crap. Unless you can kill me with your head, you won't be able to escape. Wait here obediently. I'll let you go when I return to the soaring sky mansion. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Lin Shui. The most important thing now was to escape. Lin Shui gritted her teeth in anger. She tried to break free from the rope but to no avail. Don't waste your energy. Unless you have the same body type as me, you won't be able to break free. Yi Xian reminded her. You won't be able to escape. My master is nearby. TSK. We'll talk about it when you find me. Yi Xian snorted. Besides, I gave you so many things, but you guys are ungrateful. You Heaven Yuan sect people are all the same. That Wang Chuanshan was also too much. I gave him 20% of the celestial bluestone stone, but he wanted to take it all for himself. In the end, he was killed by that emerald bird. He deserved it. End of chapter. Chapter 260. What green bird? That's a green bird, a mystical beast at the initial Earth core realm. Lin Shui rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Initial Earth core realm? Yi Xian shivered. Luckily the green bird didn't turn around, or else he would have been dead. Lin Shui stared at Yi Xian and thought for a moment, then she asked, "Is the celestial blue stone really not with you?" "If it was with me, I would have just returned to Soaring Heaven Mansion. Why would I need to borrow the Heavenly Yuan sect's Heavenly Thunder Hawk?" Yi Xian suddenly felt that Lin Shui wasn't as smart as she thought. "Since the celestial blue stone isn't with you, and you didn't kill Wang Chuanshan, then why are you running?" Lin Shui still tried to convince Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still trying to convince her. He retorted, "Are you kidding me? I'm only at the initial mortal core realm, and I can capture you. Do you think your master will let me go? If it wasn't for uncle, you would have died a few times already." What he said was the truth. If Lin Shui was really an enemy, Yi Xian would have used the 8 Desolate Wind formation a long time ago. If he used this formation, even he was scared of himself. "Just give up, you won't be able to escape, it's impossible," Lin Shui said seriously. "Why are you so sure?" From the beginning, Yi Xian felt that something was strange. After hearing what she said, a thought immediately flashed through his mind. He suddenly stopped and felt around. After that, he put his right hand into Lin Shui's chest. "What are you doing?" Lin Shui was furious. Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her. He pulled his hand out and took out a round jade pendant. Crack! The round jade pendant was crushed by Yi Xian. "Damn it, there's a tracking device. Damn it." Yi Xian was scared to death. The Heavenly Yuan sect leader definitely had another jade pendant. If he still had the jade pendant, he might have really been caught. Luckily, Yi Xian found out about it early. However, Lin Shui had developed quite well in the past 2 years. Yi Xian remembered that when he first saw her 2 years ago, she was still like an airport runway. "How did you find out?" Shui was very surprised. This jade pendant was her personal item. How could Yi Xian discover it? Could it be that he had peeked at her bathing? That was even more impossible. Little nonsense, I'll leave first. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to explain, but in the next moment, he stopped in his tracks. He discovered that a humanoid creature had stepped into his sensing range. Its speed was extremely fast, and by the time he reacted, the other party was already in front of him. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Shui's mouth. Then, he struck out with his palm. At the same time, that figure rapidly approached him and sent him flying with a slap. Shui, spit it out. A low shout was heard. "Huh, it's not that easy. Poison melts as soon as it enters the mouth. It's not that easy to detoxify it." Yi Xian stood up while clutching his chest. The person who came was naturally the sect leader of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Mo Zian. He was a super expert at the profound Earth core realm. Mo Zian untied Lin Shui's immortal binding rope and fed her 2 antidotes at the same time. Then, he scolded, "You little rascal, you actually poisoned her. Hurry up and hand it over." "It's useless. There's only 1 antidote for that poison. Do you think I'll give it to you?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Since you're not giving it to me, I'll take it myself," Mo Zian said as he prepared to take action. Yi Xian laughed as he took off the yin and yang ring in his hand and threw it over. He laughed, "I know how to make the antidote, but I don't have it on me. If you don't believe me, you can look for it." Then, he threw Lin Shui's yin and yang ring back to Mo Zian. He had already emptied all the valuable items in it into the devouring system. This was a new skill that allowed him to connect the yin and yang ring to the devouring system. He didn't have to empty the items one by one, which saved him a lot of time. Lin Shui took the yin and yang ring and checked it. There was nothing in Yi Xian's ring, only some medicinal herbs. As for her own ring, there was only some clothes left. Where are my things? Lin Shui immediately asked. I threw them away as I ran, so of course they're gone. Yi Xian spread his hands. Little rascal, you think you can fool me with such a small trick? Mo Ziyun didn't waste any more words as he directly went up to Yi Xian and grabbed him behind his back. Yi Xian didn't resist as he laughed, do as you wish. The poison has probably spread throughout my body. If I don't get the antidote within 10 minutes, I will immediately die. If you don't believe me, you can search and see if there are any more yin and yang rings. You lost your yin and yang ring? Mo Ziyun immediately reacted. I, Yi Xian, am not afraid of death. Let's see if sect leader is brave enough to take the risk. Yi Xian said in an indifferent tone. Mo Ziyun was skeptical, but he still believed that Yi Xian threw his yin and yang ring to the side of the road. Sect leader, it's been about a minute, what do you think? Yi Xian pulled his hand out of Mo Ziyun's grasp. Although both of them were standing very close to each other, he felt that if he suddenly launched a sneak attack, it would be difficult to succeed. Since he couldn't win, he might as well use a trick. You two were once engaged, why are you so cruel? Mo Ziyun asked in surprise. I had no other choice. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. If I really wanted to kill her, she would have died a couple of times already. Yi Xian turned around and looked at Lin Shui. Mo Ziyun followed her gaze and saw Lin Shui, lowering her head in shame. She had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, but she was captured by a mere mortal core warrior. How was this possible? I told you, as long as you let me return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, I'll let her go. But before that, she has to follow me. I'll give her the antidote every once in a while. Sect leader, you can think about it yourself. Yi Xian said slowly. Mo Ziyun hesitated for a moment. He realized that he couldn't see through Yi Xian's thoughts. He didn't know if Yi Xian would really fight to the death. He didn't want to take the risk. After all, Lin Shui would definitely break through to the Heavenly Core realm in the future. It had been hundreds of years since a Heavenly Core warrior had appeared in the Heavenly Yuan sect. Although he was at the late Earth Core realm, he didn't have the confidence to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Lin Shui. That heavenly blue stone, did you take it? Mo Ziyun asked. If I took it, I would have returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion or gone into hiding. Why would I visit the Heavenly Yuan sect? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. That Wang Chuanshan, did you kill him? Mo Ziyun asked again. Yi Xian replied impatiently, I wanted to kill that ungrateful bastard with my own hands. Speaking of which, your Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples aren't that great. Back in the cave, I saw your Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples kill my junior brother with my own eyes. After that, I took my revenge. You killed them? Lin Shui asked in shock. Although it was the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples who were at fault, she was still a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect. When she heard that her own fellow disciples were killed, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. End of chapter. Chapter 261. Do you think I'll let them go? Yi Xian continued, I'm sure they've already told you that if it wasn't for me, the entire Heavenly Yuan sect would have been annihilated. Furthermore, if I wanted to silence them, everyone, including Wang Chuanshan, would have died in there. What he said was true. However, if he had killed Wang Chuanshan and the others, Jiang Lu and the others wouldn't have been able to survive the stone statue's pursuit. Humph. Hearing that Yi Xian had killed the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples, Mo Ziyun coldly snorted. He already knew who the two people were. Sect leader, do you have any other questions? It seems that 3 minutes have passed. In another 7 minutes, she will die from the poison. Yi Xian reminded. Fine, I'll let you go, but I'll follow you. Mo Ziyun compromised. He really didn't dare to gamble. Sect leader, you can follow me, but you must maintain a distance of 500 meters from me. Don't try to get close. I can sense it. What happened just now is a good example. Yi Xian reminded again. Mo Zian paused. Indeed, Yi Xian's reaction was very fast. It seemed that he had discovered him very early on, which was why he fed Lin Shui a poison pill. Humph. After Mo Zian snorted coldly, he disappeared into the night. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He shouted, "Sect leader, you're only 200 meters away." Hearing this, Mo Zian, who was 200 meters away, retreated a little more. He was now about 500 meters away. At the same time, he thought to himself, how did this brat know my location? This was a question that he couldn't figure out. After Mo Zian left, Yi Xian walked over and kept his yin and yang ring. He then said, "If you don't want to die, close your eyes. I'll give you a buffer antidote." "Thank you." Lin Shui was slightly angry, but she still closed her eyes. Then Yi Xian took out some medicinal ingredients and fiddled with them for a while before putting them away. He then exchanged them for a pill from the devouring system. "All right, you'll be fine for half an hour." Yi Xian tossed the pill over. "You really poisoned me?" Lin Shui couldn't believe it. Her ex-fiancé actually poisoned her. "You're not my fiancé now. Don't tell me you think I'm just scaring you." Yi Xian coldly snorted, then turned around and left. Lin Shui glared at him and followed him. This time, Yi Xian had perfectly resolved the crisis. Not only that, but he had also earned a lot of good stuff. In Lin Shui's interspatial ring, other than the earthly weapons and Luyuan pills, there were also 2,000 top-grade crystals and a lot of cultivation resources. The disciple of the sect leader was indeed extraordinary. He was definitely a tycoon. But Yi Xian didn't devour them immediately. He knew these things couldn't help him break through to the late mortal core realm, so he might as well keep them. Although the crisis had been resolved, Yi Xian still continued his journey. After all, he had to return to Soaring Heaven Mansion before the Supreme Elder and the others. If he didn't, Song Suijing would definitely be worried. His speed was very fast, and for Mo Zian, this wasn't a problem at all. But Lin Shui couldn't do the same. Her core origin couldn't sustain her movement skill for a long time. Without any other choice, Yi Xian stopped to rest, and detoxified the poison for her every half an hour. In the end, Mo Zian started to feel annoyed. Coincidentally, a heavenly thunder hawk was passing by in the sky. Therefore, they rode on the heavenly thunder hawk and flew back to Soaring Heaven Mansion. When they arrived at the Soaring Sky Mansion, 10 days had already passed. In the end, they were still one step behind. The Supreme Elder had already brought Jiang Lu and the others back. When the heavenly thunder hawk landed, the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion was shocked. When the Supreme Elder Zhou Yan and Soaring Heaven Mansion's sect leader Lin Shi heard about it, they quickly came out to greet them. Yi Xian. When Song Suijing, who was following behind the Supreme Elder, saw them, she immediately rushed forward and gave Yi Xian a big hug. "Silly girl, why are you crying?" Yi Xian quickly comforted her with a soft voice. Song Suijing suddenly let go of her hands. She blinked her big eyes and said, "I'm not crying." Ugh, Yi Xian felt a little awkward. When Lin Shui saw Song Suijing, she subconsciously frowned. Chapter 262. Creak, the bamboo door creaked and slowly opened. Jiang Xiaofan walked out of the bamboo building. The surrounding crystals were a little dim and emitted a dark red color. In this deep underground space, the crystals simulated the sunrise and sunset of the outside world, which was quite magical. Jiang Xiaofan walked to the edge of the spring and watched the clear spring flow. Traces of spirit energy mixed with water vapor permeated the surroundings. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The outside world fought for the spirit energy and spirit veins. After 1,000 years of turmoil, the 4 major sects of Howling Heaven City came into being. The so-called spirit veins were not even as fertile as this half-foot wide stream. Apart from the Green Dragon bloodline, the reason why the Long and Bai families were able to stand in the northern border for 1,000 years was also because of the Long and Bai families occupying the Tian K mountain. Just this spirit energy alone and the cultivation experts sent to the two families every year, if they couldn't dominate the northern border, then they shouldn't be around anymore. Feeling the spirit energy surging out continuously, Jiang Xiaofan walked around the fake mountain and came to the back. The back of the fake mountain was covered by a large number of vines. It was obvious that no one had been here for many years. However, Jiang Xiaofan could clearly feel a special power. He couldn't explain it clearly, but he just felt that this fake mountain should be hiding something. From the moment he came to the third level, he felt this power immediately. However, he was in a hurry to save Long Shi and didn't think too much about it. Now, if he wanted to get close to the dragon vein, he had to continue going down. The Long family had occupied this place for more than 1,000 years. Their development of the dragon vein's spirit energy was definitely not limited to this third level. Therefore, Jiang Xiaofan was almost certain that there was something unknown about this fake mountain. He pushed aside the layers of vines and weeds and indeed found a secret door behind the fake mountain. There was a 2-meter tall and 1-meter wide stone door in the rocks. It was seamlessly integrated with the fake mountain. Even if one looked closely, they might not be able to notice it. If not for the fact that Jiang Xiaofan could feel the power seeping out from the gap, it would really be difficult to find it. Seems like there's a secret passage in this fake mountain that can connect to the bottom. Taper, take a look and see if this thing is dangerous. Jiang Xiaofan asked in a low voice. The taper sensed it slightly and said, "Are you trying to make things difficult for me? This is just a normal fake mountain." Hiss, Jiang Xiaofan took a deep breath and frowned. He knew how powerful the taper's senses were. This fake mountain had such obvious special spiritual power, how could the taper not sense it? Seems like I can't count on the taper. Jiang Xiaofan took a step forward and gently touched the edge of the stone door. Unexpectedly, with just a light touch, the fake mountain suddenly shook, and the stone door quietly and slowly opened. At the same time, a gush of spiritual power tried to rush out of the dark hole, but it was trapped by an invisible force. Jiang Xiaofan could feel this force even more clearly. He couldn't explain it, but he knew he must go down and find out. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan walked into the pitch-black cave without saying a word. In the weeds behind the fake mountain, a little light flickered, and then a small jade worm slowly crawled out. In the house in the Heaven Fault Mountain immortal abode, Bai Xiao sat cross-legged in the house. The array around her shone, and everything the jade worm saw was transmitted into her mind. After a long time, the array closed up. She let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Luckily I set up a large array to block the energy emitted by the opening of the passage to the fourth layer. Otherwise, if you alerted those two, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Heaven Fault Mountain." Bai Xiao got up and took out a white pigeon from the birdcage. She placed a small jade the size of a grain of rice on its ankle, opened the window, and let it fly. As he watched the white pigeon fly off into the distance, a gust of light breeze blew by, and Bai Xiao's veil was removed to reveal his exquisite and moving appearance. Her expression was a little gloomy, and she murmured, "In 7 years, 3 people have died in the dragon vein. Fu Shi, I hope you won't be the 4th. Thud, with a soft sound, Jiang Xiaofan landed on the ground. His legs slightly arched, alleviating the impact of landing. Damn, who would have thought that there was a drop of over 1,000 meters deep in this pitch-black hole? He landed directly on the ground. Luckily, Jiang Xiaofan was in the earth martial arts realm and could fly in the air, or else he would have been smashed into meat paste and died without a whole corpse. But obviously, he was right to come. Because the spiritual energy around him was 1,000 times denser than in the 3rd level. Jiang Xiaofan knew that the dragon vein could be said to be right in front of him, or else there would not be such a strong spiritual power. Needless to say, the thick power almost made Jiang Xiaofan's body explode. If not for the spirit-devouring stone absorbing most of the spiritual power and the taper protecting his heart meridian, he would have exploded and died. No wonder the cultivation space only opened to the 3rd level. It was indeed too difficult for cultivators to go further. Jiang Xiaofan was surrounded by thick spiritual power, as if he was walking in a sticky liquid, and his movements became a little slow. In front of him was a long and thin tunnel, the end of which was glowing. Jiang Xiaofan walked slowly towards the only path. When he walked to the entrance of the cave, a ray of light shone out. Jiang Xiaofan raised his hand to block the light and squinted his eyes. It took a long time for him to adapt. When he put down his hand, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge blue dragon vein. This dragon vein was made of blue crystals. Looking at it, it was hundreds of meters long. It was a real three-clawed divine dragon, except that its head was a little big. Apart from looking mighty, it looked a little cute. Although it was a dragon vein made of crystals, perhaps because of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, this dragon vein was very lifelike and had a little spirit. If he was not sure that this thing was dead, Jiang Xiaofan would really think that it was a sleeping giant dragon. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were two young men standing at the head of the dragon. They looked to be only a few years older than Jiang Xiaofan, but the energy that they exuded shocked Jiang Xiaofan. This was the strange energy that he felt from outside the fake mountain. But at this time, the two of them were no longer alive. They were like corpses, standing straight next to the dragon vein with one hand on the dragon vein. The energy that they exuded was not the same as the spiritual power of the dragon vein. To be precise, this was Godhead. At this time, the water god suddenly shouted in Jiang Xiaofan's mind. This shocked Jiang Xiaofan and he almost jumped up. But Jiang Xiaofan did not complain, because he was deeply attracted by these two words. Senior Water God, what did you just say? Godhead? A bold guess appeared in Jiang Xiaofan's mind. Could it be that these two people are also the reincarnations of the god of creation and came to find the dragon vein? Looking at their expressions and actions, it seemed that they came here and grinded the dragon vein like Jiang Xiaofan. After that, their lives were fixed at this moment, and there was no future. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the water god said, these two people also inherited the god of creation's godhead, but their minds were taken away by the dragon vein and they died here. Sigh, Jiang Xiaofan said with a trembling voice, damn. The dragon vein is so powerful. Two cultivators with godheads are dead. Then, isn't it suicide for me to come here? One must know that those who could come to the Heaven Sparrow Mountain immortal abode were basically cultivators who had achieved some level of cultivation. To be able to come here, they must be able to reach the third level. If Jiang Xiaofan said he was not panicking, he would be lying. Jiang Xiaofan grinned. Well, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. With that, Jiang Xiaofan turned to leave. At this moment, a blue light suddenly shrouded the surroundings, and the tunnel was directly blocked. Feeling this powerful energy, Jiang Xiaofan knew that it would not end well to force his way in. After all, this was the dragon vein, and this dragon vein seemed to have a consciousness. Otherwise, why would it stop him? Facing this situation, the only person Jiang Xiaofan could rely on was none other than the water god. Senior Water Depth, what should we do? The calamity will come in less than 3 years. You have to help me. Jiang Xiaofan hurriedly said. However, the water god sighed softly and said, the dragon vein is an object without an owner. Anyone can make use of it. Because of this, you guys can cultivate on the Heaven Sparrow Mountain. However, I have never heard of a dragon vein with a consciousness. It should be because you don't have enough faith, so your consciousness was swallowed by the dragon vein. Kid, calm your mind and fight it. What the heck, is this for real? Jiang Xiaofan was swaying. Fight it out with the dragon vein? He was probably looking for death by lighting a lantern in the toilet. If you are willing to waste your time here, then stay here forever. If you want to leave alive, you have to fight it out. The water god said in a low voice. He was exasperated with Jiang Xiaofan for not living up to his expectations. His tone sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Jiang Xiaofan still had many years to live. If he was asked to die here, he would definitely not accept it. However, he could either die here for a few decades, or fight it out with the dragon vein and fight for a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaofan slowly straightened his back. He clenched his fist and nodded fiercely, "Damn it, fight it out." Seeing this, the water god nodded in relief. Tapir was trying his best to protect Jiang Xiaofan's heart and could not spare any energy to speak. Jiang Xiaofan walked to the front of the dragon vein and felt the spiritual power was even more terrifying. He almost could not breathe. He turned to look at the seniors on both sides. If Jiang Xiaofan could not make it, the two of them would have another friend. "Seniors, we are all trying to save the world. Please bless me from heaven." Jiang Xiaofan rubbed his hands and reached out his right hand to touch the dragon vein. When he was 0.0001 centimeters away from the dragon vein, he suddenly stopped and said to the water god with a sad face, "Is there any other way?" "I'm really a little scared." At that moment, the water god almost choked to death. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Scared my A**s. I'll give you a kick." Then, Jiang Xiaofan felt a strong force coming from behind him. Before he could scream, his body moved forward slightly and his palm was placed on the dragon vein. "Water." Jiang Xiaofan was about to say something, but his eyes were unfocused. He stood straight on the spot, not in sync with the two seniors. Yes, a family should be neat and tidy. Chapter 263. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly walked over and pulled Song Suijing to his side, saying, "It's fine. I think I said this many times when I was trying to avoid being killed. Let's just forget about it." After saying this, he suddenly remembered that Song Suijing was now his fiancée, and Lin Shui had nothing to do with him anymore. In this kind of situation, he should help his loved one and not help reason. Therefore, he continued, "Also, Miss Shui, you scolded me in front of my fiancé and embarrassed me. I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being heartless. When the time comes, don't say that I was lenient on account of uncle. Do you think that move of yours will still work?" Lin Shui retorted. "The 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword can only be used once against a person, but my trump card is used to kill people, not to capture people. If you really want to fight, you can try it now. When the time comes, don't blame me if you lose any part of your body." Yi Xian said calmly. The sonic boom of the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword could only be used once. The second time, the opponent would be on guard. However, with his extraordinary speed, he could cut Lin Shui in half several times. If he added the 8 Desolation Wind-killing formation, Lin Shui would have died several times. "Humph, come out quickly. I'm just waiting for you too." Lin Shui's face darkened as she turned around and left. "Don't you think you've gone too far with your words?" Song Suijing looked at Lin Shui's back as she left and couldn't help but ask. "When I was a good-for-nothing, she beat me up when I was down. I'm very vengeful. Most importantly, she ignored you. Now that you're my fiancé, I definitely can't tolerate this." Yi Xian explained. After hearing this, Song Suijing was very happy. She smugly pecked Yi Xian's face. "All right, we should settle our women's matters ourselves. When there are people around, you should leave her some face." After Song Suijing finished speaking, she held Yi Xian's arm and left. Previously, she was too shy to announce it, but now, she was afraid that the whole world wouldn't know that Yi Xian was her fiancé. Yi Xian thought to himself, "Jealous women are too scary. Luckily, Lin Shui and I have nothing to do with each other, otherwise, we would really have a fight." At this moment, to find a place, the heavenly abode, there was a large black mass. Sect Master Lin Shi of Soaring Heaven Mansion, Grand Elder Zhou Yan, Sect Master Mo of Sky Yuan Sect. Seeing 3 figures slowly walking over, the Supreme Elder hurriedly said, "You brat, you are always the slowest. Hurry up and come over. And, to be, hee hee." Song Ju raised his eyebrows at Yi Xian. The two of them smiled without saying a word. Rise! At this moment, the Grand Elder shouted, and the soaring sky rocks soared into the sky. This time, in order to find the celestial blue stone, the soaring sky mansion had mobilized all of their forces. Although the soaring sky mansion was empty, there was still a super expert guarding it, so Zhou Yan and Lin Shi were not afraid. Yesterday, they had already discussed with Mo Zian that the soaring sky mansion would send out 60 soaring sky rocks. Since the Heavenly Yuan sect had few heavenly thunder eagles, it was enough to send out more disciples. The two sides complemented each other, so this was not bad. The soaring sky rocks began to fly towards the southern city. Such a large group caused the spirit beasts along the way to retreat. Previously, the Grand Elder Zhou Yan brought Yi Xian and a dozen people to Huiyang's abode, which took half a month. This time, they were traveling at full speed, so they arrived early. When the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Yuan sect saw the hundreds of soaring sky rocks, they immediately panicked, thinking that the soaring sky mansion had come to attack. Luckily, Mo Zian had arrived in time, or else, things would have become much more serious. In less than an hour, Mo Zian had summoned many divine core warriors. There were more than 100 of them. The Heavenly Yuan sect was indeed worthy of its name. Its overall strength was much stronger than the soaring sky mansion. Chapter 264. You're all at the Earth Core realm. Why did you ask me, a mere mortal core warrior, to come here? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. You were able to capture Miss Shui, that proves that you have the strength of an Earth Core warrior. This trip to the Green Serene Land is very dangerous. There are some things you need to know. The Supreme Elder said. Yi Xian was startled, then he said, isn't it just a comprehensive search of the Green Serene Land? What else is there? Listen carefully. The Supreme Elder boasted, the Green Serene Land is a forbidden area within the Heavenly Yuan sect. There are many mortal core Xian beasts there, and there are also Earth Core Xian beasts there as well. Most importantly, there is a Heavenly Core Overlord there. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Not only could he absorb natural treasures to level up, he could also absorb Xian beasts' corpses and nadens. This was a great place for him to level up. What is that Heavenly Core Overlord? Yi Xian asked curiously. Even if they couldn't find the celestial green stone this time, it would still be great if they could find a Xian beast's corpse. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of another problem. The Heavenly Core Xian beast's Naiden. There were 4 Earth Core warriors here, and if they killed the Heavenly Core Xian beast, who would get the Naiden? If they were to fight, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, the Soaring Heaven Mansion only had 4 Earth Core warriors, and they had fewer disciples than the Heavenly Yuan sect. However, what Yi Xian didn't understand was that the Supreme Elder and sect leader's eyes were filled with confidence. Why was that? That Heavenly Core Overlord is a strange Xian beast. It is called the Green Source Giant. It is dozens of meters tall, and its defense is extremely strong. Even if the 4 of us work together, I don't think we can break its defense. A Heavenly Core warrior was killed by it before. That's why we'll split up and search for it. If we see it, we'll retreat immediately, and don't provoke it. The Supreme Elder said in a serious tone. So that's why, we can't beat it? Yi Xian thought to himself, then he nodded his head. As long as they didn't provoke this Green Source Giant, those Earth Core profound beasts would be easy to deal with. This time, the 3 of us will form a team. You'll bring the Supreme Judge and the Supreme Judge, the Supreme Elder said. I understand. Yi Xian nodded again. Under such circumstances, it was naturally best to have the person closest to him by his side. The Grand Elder glanced at Mo Zian and Lin Shui, and said, also, there was a misunderstanding before. You can return Miss Shui's things to her. When Yi Xian heard this, he felt very helpless. He had guessed that this would happen, so he had already poured the items into an interspatial ring. Take it. Yi Xian threw it over. Lin Shui took a look and saw that everything was still there. Even the middle-grade earth weapon that Imo Zian gave her was still there. She snorted coldly and gave Yi Xian a look. At least you know your place. She immediately took out the earthly artifacts and distributed them to the rest of the people. Long before this, Zhou Yan had already distributed the earth artifacts he had forged. Therefore, this time, their strength was extremely strong. These disciples and elders could practically challenge higher-level profound beasts. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and said, "Supreme Elder, I have something to say to you in private." Hearing this, Zhou Yan was startled and immediately followed Yi Xian to the side. "Stinking brat, what do you have to say?" Zhou Yan said in astonishment. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly took out an interspatial ring and said, "There are 4 middle-grade earth weapons in here. Supreme Elder, do you want them?" "What? 4 middle-grade earth weapons? You obtained them in Huiyang's cave?" The Supreme Elder was shocked. "No, I obtained some forging materials in there, so I forged 4 of them." "Supreme Elder, 1 for 5 million middle-grade earth crystals, do you want them?" Yi Xian said softly. "You're the one who forged them?" Zhou Yan's eyes widened. He received the interspatial ring and had a look. Indeed, there were 4 weapons, and the name of the person who forged them was Yi Xian. 5 million for one, that's cheap. Yi Xian suddenly revealed an evil smile. However, these 4 middle-grade earth weapons were exchanged from the devouring system, and they cost him 50 billion devouring points. "Alright, I'll take them." The Supreme Elder immediately agreed and took out 2,000 top-grade earth crystals. 200 billion devouring points in exchange for 2,000 top-grade earth crystals, this was definitely a good deal. After all, if he devoured these 2,000 top-grade earth crystals, he would be able to obtain another 200 billion devouring points, and he would be able to improve his cultivation. "Oh right, I actually have more in my interspatial ring." "Supreme Elder, do you want to give them to the Heavenly Yuan sect?" "I'm just worried that after they take them, they will try to kill the Green Source Giant. At that time, all of you will be fighting for the Heavenly Core Profound Beast's core." "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." Yi Xian said softly. "Don't worry, just do as you wish." The Soaring Heaven Mansion is no longer afraid of the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Supreme Elder said firmly. "Why?" Yi Xian was surprised. "I won't tell you now, but if that Green Source Giant really appears, you'll know." The Supreme Elder purposely kept Yi Xian in suspense, then he continued, "Oh right, as for the rest of the middle-grade earth weapons, give them 8 million each." Damn it, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. What a black-hearted bastard. "Master, what did that guy say to you?" Seeing that the Supreme Elder and Yi Xian had returned, the Soaring Heaven Mansion's sect leader, Lin Shi, asked curiously. Zhou Yan replied, "Nothing, he just gave me a few middle-grade earth weapons." Middle-grade earth weapons. When Zhou Yan's words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. A single middle-grade earth weapon was already very precious, how could he give them a few more? Don't be nervous, everyone. Elder Hu, Elder Lian, take these 2 middle-grade earth weapons. Zhou Yan directly handed over 2 middle-grade earth weapons, then gave one to Lin Shi. Mo Zian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A middle-grade earth weapon was not expensive to him, but he did not have the means to get it. The factions in the Middle State hated the 4 major sects, so it was very difficult to get a middle-grade earth weapon. However, Zhou Yan was actually distributing the middle-grade earth weapons in front of everyone. This was attracting hatred. Sect leader Mo, what's wrong? The Supreme Elder, Zhou Yan, asked deliberately. Elder Zhou, these middle-grade earth weapons are all the same, where did they come from? As Mo Zian spoke, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Naturally, they were made by Yi Xian. Zhou Yan grinned, then said, "Don't worry, sect leader Mo, Yi Xian still has a few middle-grade earth weapons. It's up to you whether you want them or not." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present trembled again. What the F***ck, Yi Xian was actually able to forge middle-grade earth weapons, how was this possible? At this time, Lin Shui suddenly remembered that Yi Xian had said that he might send more middle-grade earth weapons to the Heavenly Yuan sect in the future. It turned out that this was not a joke. End of chapter. Chapter 265. Northern Borderline Imperial Capital. Early morning roosters crowed in every corner of the streets. All the clans sent their clansmen to the Tian K mountain, preparing to bring back the people who went to cultivate half a year ago. After cultivating in the dragon's vein for half a year, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Now that they returned, they would definitely be able to repay the imperial capital and bring honor to their ancestors. Outside the soul-perching forest, a crowd surged. Some came to bring back people, some came to stop the powerhouses from exiting their seclusion. In everyone's eyes, they were filled with longing. Tian K Mountain, Divine Abode. An old woman slowly walked out of the house. Bai Xiao walked beside her. The old woman wore a dark red robe and held a large cane. She said to Bai Xiao, "It's been hard on you for the past half a year. We two old things haven't broken through for a long time and can't do anything." Bai Xiao smiled faintly and shook his head. "Granny Long Xing, please don't say that. It's my honor to help you and Senior Long Chu in this divine abode." Long Xing smiled meaningfully. Then, he said to Bai Xiao, "Among the cultivators who came to the divine abode this time, is there anyone with good potential?" "There isn't anyone this time either," Bai Xiao replied softly. Forget it, forget it. Divine Palace City has disappeared and all the martial emperors on this mainland have fallen. No matter how strong they are now, they are still at the same realm as us old bones. Long Jian sighed softly and stood outside the wooden house. Bai Xiao smiled and said, "But among the people who came this time, Princess Long Shi is also among them." "What? Why did she, come to Heaven K Mountain? Isn't her body?" Long Xing didn't continue. As Long Tian's mother, how could she not understand her obedient grandson? But she didn't continue and waited for Bai Xiao's reply. Looking at those slightly cloudy eyes, Bai Xiao said, "A year ago, there was an alchemy genius in Heaven K City. His attainments in alchemy were extraordinary. More than half a year ago, he came to the imperial capital and had a cure for Princess Long Shi's chronic illness. That was why he opened the divine abode in advance and let them come here to treat her illness." Long Xing looked a little anxious. She asked Bai Xiao, "How is the situation now?" Bai Xiao nodded. "Princess Long Shi has already entered the ranks of cultivators. A few days ago, I went to the 3rd floor to sense her. She is now at the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm." Actually, Bai Xiao also felt that Jiang Xiaofan's medical skills were unbelievable. Long Shi's chronic illness had taken the entire Long family's power and they had recruited many talented doctors, but there was no progress even after more than 10 years. Jiang Xiaofan, a mere 17-year-old youth, was actually able to completely cure it in a short month. Moreover, he was able to make his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. This kind of ability was completely unreasonable, but she could understand it. After all, Jiang Xiaofan was the reincarnation of the creation divinity. The creation divinity created all things in the world, so it was not completely impossible for his reincarnation to cure an illness. At this moment, the door of the wooden house opened. Seeing Long Xing and Bai Xiao, he bowed towards them, then turned and said, "Half a year has passed. You can go down the mountain." The 50 people on the 1st floor started to walk out of the house. At this time, the 3 brothers also walked out side by side. They came to the outside of the house and stood at the side, quietly waiting for Jiang Xiaofan to come out. After everyone gathered, they would be led away from the Heavenly K Mountain by the royal guards. The reason why they were brought away was naturally because they were afraid that someone would stay on the Heavenly K Mountain and secretly cultivate, breaking the rules. After that, the 2nd floor's disciples also walked out of the wooden house under the lead of Long Xing. On the 3rd floor, the bamboo door opened slowly. Long Shi took a deep breath of the fragrant air and walked out of the house. She found Bai Chen and Wei Qing already standing outside the house, waiting for them. When she saw Long Shi walking out of the bamboo house in high spirits, her face lit up with joy. It seemed like Jiang Xiaofan had succeeded. Long Shi quickly walked forward and hugged Bai Chen. Bai Chen congratulated her. Sister Shi, you succeeded. That's great. Long Shi nodded repeatedly. I knew Master would definitely cure me. Oh, right. Where did Big Bastard go? Bai Chen looked around but did not see Jiang Xiaofan. Long Shi smiled embarrassedly. This, swoosh. A faint white light flashed. Then, the light gradually dissipated. A young man stood in this illusory space. Bing Yi stood beside Jiang Xiaofan and looked at him. Xiaofan, what did you give me today? Right now, Jiang Xiaofan had a 10th level immortal physique, the same as Hen Zhu. He had reached the threshold of becoming a martial emperor. Not only that, his physique had also risen to the Sarira level, then to the immortal physique. These 2 levels of rewards gave him 2 lottery chances. These were absolutely good stuff. Then let's go out. But I don't think I can. Bing Yi smiled awkwardly but politely. What? Jiang Xiaofan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, Bing Yi had wanted to leave this dragon vein for a long time. After all, with her ability, she did not need a weakling like Jiang Xiaofan to bring her away. However, she had tried before but she could not leave this space. Because of this, she had been trapped here for an unknown period of time. Jiang Xiaofan pondered for a moment and remembered that Bing Yi was a spirit formed by the dragon vein. She did not have her own body and her consciousness did not have a physical body to rely on, so she could not leave this place. These were all some of the knowledge that the old demon Hen Zhu, who had lived for hundreds of years, often imparted to him. It was very difficult for a consciousness without a physical body to exist on its own. This was also what Hen Zhu taught him. This is the space of consciousness of the dragon vein. You can't leave this place. You can come to my EC space. There should be no problem. Jiang Xiaofan said and reached out his hand towards Bing Yi. Bing Yi looked at Jiang Xiaofan and then looked at his hand. Then, she pursed her lips and smiled. She took a step forward and grabbed this warm hand. She felt good, but this made Jiang Xiaofan suffer. This Bing Yi girl's strength was too strong. It was not an existence that he could easily endure. The moment Bing Yi grabbed his hand, Jiang Xiaofan's vision still turned black and he almost fainted. Bing Yi was about to leave with Jiang Xiaofan, but Jiang Xiaofan stopped in his tracks. He pointed at the 2 bodies not far away. Only then did Bing Yi smile. I almost forgot. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and the 2 of them flew into his sleeves. Looking at the 2 seniors who had been reincarnated with divine personas turned into puppets, Jiang Xiaofan felt strange in his heart. But the weak were prey to the strong. The 2 of them were either too weak or too stupid, so they were turned into this by Bing Yi. Following a wave of dizziness, Jiang Xiaofan took a few steps back and sat on the ground. A pain came from his buttocks. He looked forward and found that in front of him was no longer the empty space, but the gigantic dragon vein. The dragon vein was still the same as before, but there was a lack of spirituality in the spiritual energy. Bing Yi? Jiang Xiaofan called out tentatively, but Bing Yi did not give him the slightest response. He called out 2 more times, but there was still no movement. At this time, Hen Zhu could not stand it anymore and said, Stop calling, this little girl has fallen asleep in your high. The people outside have already started to evacuate, you should hurry up and go up. Jiang Xiaofan pinched his fingers and calculated, and he immediately cursed in his heart. He calculated the date wrong. He thought they would evacuate tomorrow. He hurriedly rushed towards the entrance of the tunnel. At this time, the spiritual energy that prevented him from leaving that day was still blocking the entrance, but now he felt that this spiritual energy seemed to be afraid of him. Jiang Xiaofan did not hesitate in the slightest as he rushed over. The thick wall of spiritual energy collapsed the moment it came into contact with Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan looked pensive. He was afraid that the so-called 4 great dragon veins would be brought out of the frozen end, allowing the consciousness of the dragon veins to stay in his high. It was the same for the consciousness of the 9 gods, and it was the same for the 81 divine cores. Jiang Xiaofan could not help but wonder if his tiny high could hold so many things. Walking out of the tunnel, Jiang Xiaofan suddenly stomped on the ground. Using this force, he flew straight up into the sky. Rustle, rustle. Just as long she did not know how to explain, the bushes behind the fake mountain rustled, and then Jiang Xiaofan walked out. Long Shi and Bai Chen looked over at the same time. The corner of Bai Chen's mouth twitched. Big bastard, why did you go there? Jiang Xiaofan scratched the back of his head and explained, this. Bai Chen rolled her eyes at him. As expected of master and disciple, the two of them behaved the same way. She said unhappily, let's go. The dandelion is already rushing us. Wait, I need to get something. After saying that, Jiang Xiaofan directly rushed into the bamboo building. At this moment, Hen Zhu was sitting on a rattan chair, waiting for him to return. After seeing Jiang Xiaofan, Hen Zhu smiled amiably. You're finally back. Then, Hen Zhu turned into a ray of white light and flew into Jiang Xiaofan's chest. In high, Hen Zhu, who had been away for several months, finally returned. When he returned to high, he saw a girl sleeping inside and 2 men standing beside her. He was instantly shocked. Kid! Where did you kidnap these 3 people from? The surrounding spiritual energy was normal, and Chan Mo finally let out a long sigh of relief. He leaned to the side and said weakly, this girl is called Bing Yi. You should know what she is, right? Hen Zhu was an immortal rank artificer. How could he not know what Bing Yi was? One of the 4 great ancient divine dragons. He quickly walked to Bing Yi's side and carefully examined her chubby and cute little face. You mean this thing is the dragon vein? That's not it. Chan Mo said with a grin. Hen Zhu raised his hand and poked the girl's face. Seeing this, Chan Mo hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Oh my god. Hen Zhu cried out in alarm. Then, his body froze for a moment before he fell straight to the ground. How could he easily resist the power of the dragon vein? He had already killed 2 of the creation god's reincarnations. At this time, outside the wooden house, Bai Xiao saw Jiang Xiaofan's figure in her mind, and her body trembled. Long Xing noticed Bai Xiao's strange behavior and asked, what's wrong? Bai Xiao realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly smiled at Long Xing apologetically. It's nothing. Her expression had regained its tranquility, but her heart was already in a perilous state. Jiang Xiaofan, he really did it. He obtained the Northern Dragon Vein. The Supreme Lord's prophecy is coming true.